Ooh. Fire it up, footballers. Get out! Oh! Get to the chopper. What's up, everybody? Fire it up. We got a lot of stuff for you on the dock. We're going to be talking Chicago Fire with DPG. Then a little NFL football, NFL fantasy football, and Fortnite with Uncle Tommy later on. Special guest. It's going to be awesome. Thanks for joining us here on Spitfire. How's everybody doing? It's Wednesday, everybody. Let's go and set the tone. How y'all doing? Been pretty good over here by me and Spitfire. Yeah, let's go. New season of Fortnite. We're not ready. We're not ready.
There has to be a way to fix this.
What's there? Well, I have the stream. The Discord is open, ready for DPG to slide in, start talking a little Chicago Fire. And Shaqiri, who's outbound. Swiss national team. Look at that. Interesting. Yeah. I'm not too keen on this. I'm not too keen on this battle pass, to be honest. Like, there's nobody stand out that I'm like, yeah, I need to have them. Last one was Darth Vader, and the secret was Indiana Jones. I mean, how could you go wrong with those, right? All right, chat. Let's meet you in the game room. Thanks for that heads up there, Connor. Mic is muted. I'll have to fix that real quick in the old start room. Just takes 2 seconds. So that is my audio capture for my stream start. All right, I think I resolved it. I did, right? Right? You can hear me now, right? Can you hear me? Hello? Oh my gosh, you guys have no idea what I was talking about for the last 2 minutes. All right, but thank you for the heads up, Connor. Appreciate it. You guys are the freaking best. Let's go. Fire it up, footballers. All right, so we got a barn burner. We're going to be deconstructing MLS, who you should be betting on in the coming games as we approach MLS Cup's playoffs, the end of the season. And that's also Chicago Fire trending downward. Shaqiri packing his bags and on his way to Switzerland, flying a plane all the way over there. Is he coming back? We don't know. We'll discuss that with DPG. Ah! Whew. All right, slight adjustment there. Ivan! So, whoa. All right, chat. Just gotta make a little, touch move, right? Oh, that's why you're getting yanked. My camera is getting the old... You guys can barely see me. I'm like a ghost. Connor, what's up, Angus? What's up, Archduke? Hope you guys are well. I'm doing quite well. Hopefully you guys are doing well as well. It's Wednesday. So, we'll be breaking down MLS, taking a look at what to expect coming for playoffs, as well as talking about Chicago Fire and what went wrong. As well as looking at Shaqiri. Will he be returning from Switzerland? Don't know. Probably. But don't know. We'll discuss that with DBG. Also, we have Uncle Tommy stopping by, and he is the bet extraordinaire. You better believe, for NFL and for all things, basketball season is going to be coming right around. Hockey season coming right around. Some tips, hints, and tricks to get you ahead if you want. It's a fun little thing. That's not something that you got to go do, but it's just something just fun to dabble in if you're able to. But if you can't, get out. That's how I feel about the old gambling. You can only gamble what you can afford to lose. Is my mic still on mute? My mic? Is my mic still on mute? What? What? Well, All right, let's listen to this. Fun little thing. That's not something. Oh no, where's my mic? Hello. Oh, okay, cool. Oh. Okay, cool. We're back. It is fine. We're good. We're good on both ends. Just making sure. All right, chat. Oh fuck. All right, let's listen to this. Whoa. That came out and shocked me. Thank you, Angus. Thank you, Connor. Thank you, everybody in the chat for stopping by. Sorry, my view was not live. Don't worry about it. We caught back up. We figured it out. Adira ensnared. Ooh. Get it going. Click. Yeah. And let's gun it for a little solo action. Guys, Chicago Fire, I've lost the plot. They're eliminated from the playoffs. Did you guys see it coming? We all did. We saw it early on in the season. We were listening to Brian Schmetzer, some of the other people of the media talk about what went wrong with the Chicago Fire. The signs were there early. We all saw it. We knew that bringing back Georg Heights, question number one, was that the right move? That was the first thing that we're like, we're not so sure about that. And then what happened? You guys seeing this screen flicker? Like, what's going? Is it just me? I'm getting some gnarly screen flicker here. All right, let's. Maybe I just need to load some textures. Look at that. There we go. PPG will be arriving soon. 10-year season ticket holder. But the word on the street is Shaqiri coming back to MLS? Does he want to play with Gareth Bale, Leo Messi next year? I think he does. Why would he not? Guys, I'm having a weird visual glitch. I just wonder if you're seeing this too. I'm getting this. This is nuts. I've never had this happen to me. My screen is just very much upset with me. I may have to reset the game real quick. Not a problem. But, I mean, yeah, I'm getting some weird... Like the screen. Wasn't doing that before. I moved something? Did I unplug something? E or whatever that is. Cool. Oops. Dude, the screen hitching is fucking me up. Alright, let's figure out this screen hitch. What is this? Okay. I think I might have solved it. Because I'm not getting what I feel like. Oh, there it is. Huh. Still there. Whatever. We're gonna live. Anyway, back to it. So, fantasy football's been going on too. It's been quite fantastic. Very much been enjoying the season we've been putting together. Of course, we play in a Superflex league, which is a little different, and kind of like a 2 QB league in a way. But there's of course other rules. And let's go up here. Is that okay? Yeah, we're still not in. Break him down. Give me the toilet. Oh, good old blue boy. All right, so we can drop you in. We'll bring you over there. Drop for bananas. Soak it up. Dude. So Chicago has been hot as heck. I don't know how it has been out there in St. Louis or Ohio, of where you guys are all at. California, Venezuela. But in Chicago, it's been surprisingly warm. The other day, it hit 100 out here. Well, in the suburbs of Chicago, that is. In the city, it was actually quite cool. Being nice right by that lake. Some of the hitching and some of the issues I was experiencing earlier do seem to have reduced, which is critical. Oh, got shots fired. Shots fired! Shots fired, chat! Is that on in? Who are you gonna do? Oh, Disparty, Huskardy! We're gonna go. Give me, ooh, let's suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Come on. Tasty, tasty stuff. Oh, what's that? Little thingamabomb? All right, let's see how it is. Let's see how it is. What is that? Ooh, Shoddy Bugatti! Do we want it? Do we need it? We'll take it because that's, wait, for the blue? We could use a little mats. Turn up the mats. I'm just not so sure about. Are you shooting at me? Are you shooting at me? You thought you'd shoot at me, but not today. You're gonna go down in the way that I say to you today. We're gonna take you down the way. Hey, what's up, everybody? I got up to 96 yesterday out in St. Louis. I know it is now raining and cooling down rapidly. Okay, I don't know what just happened, but something just happened. Like, did I like... Guys. What? What just... That was cool. Alright. We just like phased through. Right? Nope. We'll pick that up. Chrome splash. What is this? Oh, what is this? Like splash? What am I? Like I'm like a splash? Weird. Don't get it. Maybe one day I will. Dude, 96 is hot. You got and the Mississippi River, it ain't there with all those beaches, really. Pull you off. It's like you got to go to a pool. Can I phase through this wall? Yes. Interesting. Somebody over here. Ah, avoid it. No, we're good. We're good. We can go. Boy. Boy. Who are you? What the hell are you? I see. That's cool. Don't know what it is, but cool. Interesting. Little upgrade on the old shoddy. We're gonna take it to the end of the road. Oh, I haven't unlocked this. Time to do-si-do. All right, guys. Fire suck. They're gonna have to move out of Soldier Field. It looks like I don't know what Soldier Field is gonna do as far as a tenant. Bears are gone. I mean, St. Louis needs a soccer team, but they're not coming to here. They just got one in St. Louis. That's exciting. Do you think St. Louis ever gets a football team back? An NFL team? I mean, it supports St. Louis Cardinals. There is no St. Louis basketball team, right? So, but St. Louis is a pretty big city. Best way to cool down in St. Louis is going into air conditioning. Oh shit. Good, I phased away from those motherfuckers. Oh, we'll pick you up. Or they're not after me, are they? Oh, I can phase out of here. Right? Phase. We're phasing now. Interesting. Come on out. Unphase. Unphase. I'm just trying to collect some ammo. Ooh, look out for some gold. Make me dangerous. 22 people left. Wow. Alrighty. Blew by, actually. Kind of unexpected, chat. It depends. They might, if the owners plan to pay for the next stadium instead of the taxpayers. That's the problem, though, isn't it? It's like they're like, oh yeah, the taxpayers, but not all the taxpayers are taking advantage of the facilities, and not all of them are getting the advantages that come with it. It's like, it's such bullshit when they make the community pay. Make the owners pay for their gosh damn stadiums, unquestioned. Look at Bridgeview. Bridgeview was on the hook there for a hot minute. It still is in trouble. I mean, they have a stadium that, and like what are they gonna do? It's like, it's new. It's not bad. It's not falling into disrepair, but it's also just like not good enough for a pro team, for a respectable pro team anyway, right? And therein comes the problem. Shit. That hurt. And therein comes the problem. Ah! Buddy, I don't need your problems. I don't need your problems. Let's hit that up. Let's hit that up. 100% agree. It's unquestionable. Like, how does it even enter the can't hold more? How does it even enter the conversation that we common people are paying for this sports stadium? The athletes with their $1 million contracts can pay for them, right? But the thing about that is, what we don't, even a lot of these athletes with those contracts, they still have a lot of people they have to pay and support, businesses as well. Proper investment. Probably heading into zone. St. Louis's old stadium was a piece of garbage. Reports Angus. Have not been there. I've been to Louisiana. I've been to New Orleans Stadium, which is a dome. And that was basically all I could basically compare the greatest show on turf to. Have I been? No. I've been to that stadium. I don't know what for. Oh! I don't know what for I was at that stadium. Why is there like a whole group of people here? Oh wait, that's right. It's like the final 13. Makes sense. We are ready. Spit a little fire, chat. Let's take it down. So Philadelphia, you got to watch out for Philadelphia. Is it Philadelphia Union's year? It's always been, we've always been asking. We're like, oh, can they put it all together? Not so sure if they can. Montreal is definitely a threat, especially with an outbound George Mayo with something to prove. Watch out for Montreal. New York Red Bulls, you can't sleep on them. I am totally discounting New York City. Don't even waste your money. They're not repeating. They're not coming back. It's over. It's over. This season, it's over for New York City. Orlando City, it's over. Cincinnati, it's over. Inter Miami, it's over. The only ones that really have a chance over here in the Eastern Conference is Philadelphia, Montreal, and New York Red Bulls. Now, if Columbus sneaks into the playoffs, into that final spot, count them as one of the contenders. Book it. Yo, yo, yo. Uncle Tommy. Woo! Big time. The new soccer stadium in St. Louis is 100% self-funded. The owners, Enterprise Leasing, from the get-go said that they're going to pay for it themselves. That's huge. And that takes the burden off the community. Rightfully so. All right, chat. All right, chat. Let's see. So that's my prediction for the Eastern Conference. You got Philadelphia, Montreal, New York Red Bulls, and Columbus. Those are the real contenders. Over in the Western Conference, you got LAFC. The choke artists. They've been choking games. They've been throwing them away. However, they have Gareth Bale with Champions League experience, Champions League winning, Champions League goal scoring, game-winning goal scoring experience. And he still got it. Along with Carlos Vela. Yeah, you got to watch out for LAFC. Austin, respectable. FC Dallas, respectable. FC Nashville, respectable. Portland, maybe. Minnesota. It'd surprise me. It really would. But it really would surprise me. But would it surprise you? Yes, I think it would. LA Galaxy, no. Real Salt Lake, no. No. Seattle Sounders, no, they're done. They didn't make it. They're not going to make it to the playoffs, surprising as it sounds. But these new stadiums, they all have to be owner funded in some capacity, team funded. Because if you want to make the taxpayers pay that, then we get tickets, right? Then we get some sort of benefits. I don't need to get cheaper tickets. I want to get residuals, money, a portion of the funds. Say you live in Alaska, you get like $3,000 a month or something, or $3,000 a year from the government, from living in Alaska, from their oil funds, which doesn't seem like enough. Make buku bucks out there on that stuff. They're a good company to work for, though. Hopefully that will show with their soccer ops. Portland is experienced. They do well in the playoffs, but they don't have Caleb Porter. therein lies the difference, I feel like, for Portland. If they had Caleb Porter, I might be more inclined to agree that Portland has a larger chance to go far. Hey, they're making the playoffs. They are going to have a shot, whether or not I say so or not. I just see them as less likely as having a shot. The most likely, LAFC, Austin. I think Nashville's more likely than Dallas. Portland you got a great argument, and because they got a solid offense, good midfield, good defense. They're solid. They're just solid. They're not going to overly wow you. LAFC will. Think about the past winners. They all had somebody that would wow you. I don't know if Portland with an aging, well, Diego Chara is still awesome, but I mean, and Yimi Chara, I'm sorry, Yimi Chara still go. Blanco is okay, is aging. Oh, Neat Skoda, I like Neat Skoda. Claudio Bravo, huh? Oh, they're a good team. Justin Rasmussen, David Bingham, they're definitely a quality team. Better than I'm giving them credit for, but I mean, so let's see. You got Yimi Chara on that left wing. Santiago Moreno. You got the other Chara, Diego. The midfield. Yeah, but that's kind of like the heart of their team. They're just a good, solid soccer team. Do they have a chance? At the end of the day, yes, because they're a good, solid soccer team. I don't think they're better, though, than LAFC. All things considered, at the end of the day, when you're going to stack all the chips on the table, when all of these guys are running their hardest, you have Gareth Bale not saving it in the tank anymore and going for it. But is Gareth Bale going to be going for it? He has a World Cup. Keep in mind, he has a World Cup coming up. Is Gareth Bale going to risk injury in the MLS Cup, MLS playoffs to really, and possibly risk his last World Cup or one of his last World Cups? Because he is getting up there in age. I mean, he's 33 years old, right? This is possibly his last cup.
Are we talking about Shaq?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Gareth Bale. Gareth Bale. This is probably Gareth Bale's last World Cup too. So how likely does he want to go out there and possibly push himself to injury and going for an MLS Cup here in the next few months?
That I don't know. I think a lot of these guys that have World Cups lined up at the end of the year, they're probably using the MLS right now as like a training session. You know, Bale comes out of the bench. You know, so
yeah, he has been, but Chiellini's been starting way more minutes. Yeah, so, did anybody see that coming?
Yeah. But hi everyone.
Hey DBG, what's up?
Not much. How are you, James? How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay. I'm getting better all the time, I hope. It's football season, fantasy football. I'm feeling good this year. Last year was not my year. It was clear early. It was not my year, and this year it's starting a little different, so I'm feeling good.
That's right. You're a betting man.
Yeah, yes and no. It's like yes and no.
I mean, as you already, I think I've mentioned before, I think the only sport that I will passionately follow, and sometimes I'll just watch if it's on TV and I'm bored, is soccer. That's it. Don't care much for, I mean, I guess I could watch a little bit of baseball, but I really don't care much for football.
I like going to the baseball game, like, you know, that type of experience, little, you know, with the family, go have a hot dog. You know, it costs $1 bazillion. You gotta save up for it. It's like a mini vacation now.
You know, I'm not a big football fan. I mean, I'll watch the Bears. That's about it. But if you were to ask me who plays for what team, I'm sorry, I couldn't answer that for you.
It wasn't always that way for me, but dude, I have fallen in love with football and NFL football for that matter.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just I guess the way growing up, my dad was the one that introduced me to soccer at an early age. So that always stuck with me. You know how people say, I go fishing, but I hate fishing, but I do it because my dad used to take me when I was a kid, type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't hate soccer. I actually love it, and I enjoy it. And as you already know, having season tickets for the Fire since 2011, despite the fact that this has been a miserable decade, I still support them.
Well, in our heads, we want to support our local team. We want success for our local team because, like, you support an outside club, right? I like Manchester United, right. And so, like, but at the same time, I don't feel as connected with them as I do with the Fire, just because of that locality.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is that I used to follow a lot of the European leagues, a lot of European teams. I actually, funny you mentioned Manchester United. I used to follow Manchester United when I was a lot younger. I actually, I said this before. My favorite all-time soccer player of all time is Eric Cantona.
We were saying I love Cantona too. I very much enjoy Cantona.
That guy, in a lot of ways, he was probably ahead of his time. But to this day, a lot of people consider him like the guy that pushed Manchester United to the next level, like the catalyst. Everybody thinks about Giggs, everybody thinks about Beckham, Roy Keane, all those guys. Yeah, Eric Cantona literally pushed them to the next level.
Cantona was a different player, and you don't see that type of player is rare because he plays with an edge, but he has the talent to back it up.
Yeah. So, yeah, he plays with an edge. He has a lot of flair.
Same thing with Will Keane. Both of them, I kind of put in that type of player.
He had a lot of technique with him. The guy shooting, it wasn't an issue for the guy. It seems anywhere he kicked the ball, it'd go in. And he was the type of player that if he got fouled, he just didn't stay on the ground. He got up. The other day, I saw a video with Vinnie Jones.
Oh, you're talking about this. Yeah, we love Vinnie Jones. Actor turns soccer player turned actor.
Vinnie Jones was known for like a hard tackler, like borderline football tackle. And there was a video where he literally tackles, hacks the hell out of Cantona. And instead of Cantona just like rolling on the ground, he gets up pissed, but he doesn't want to do anything because Cantona's smart. He doesn't want to get him going, so he walks away. But that was Vinnie Jones. That's the kind of player that Cantona was. Now it seems that everybody gets tackled a little or gets tapped, and all of a sudden they're rolling on the ground like they broke their knee. But yeah. So you want to kick it off with the Fire?
Well, I was gonna say you're talking about how your dad introduced you to soccer. I introduced my dad to soccer. All my buddies in grade school were playing soccer, and they were talking about it, and I was like, well, what? I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, soccer. Like, how are you not in? And then boom, I got signed up basically like that, and I got pretty good at it. And then my brother, he's much better than I at it. He eventually surpassed me and became like really, really good playing for the Chicago Magic, playing with players who played for the Chicago Fire, like Eric Duty and Harrison Shipp. And Harry Shipp, my brother played with them.
Duty. There you go.
Sorry, Patrick Duty. Yeah, he played with them. And my dad ended up coaching soccer and winning championships, becoming a coach in soccer. He also coached me in hockey. He won championships in hockey. He was a really good coach. Like, he could hop into a sport and just figure it out and figure out how to win. Plus, a couple other factors. When your kid's decently talented, that definitely helps.
Yeah. So the funny thing about me, funny you mentioned you were talking about that, is I really wanted to get in a soccer club when I was younger. When I was 8, 9, 10 years old. I remember asking my parents for it, but at the time, both my parents were factory workers. One of them will work first shift, the other one worked second shift, so there wasn't a whole lot of time for them to take me to practice.
DPG, were you in America already at this point?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I came here when I was 2 months old.
Okay. Because I just think about, because my grandma came over. She always tells a story. When she first moved, she didn't speak a word of English. A little boy in Chicago taught her how to speak English, and from a 30-year-old Polish lady. And now she speaks great English, and but it's just like I always think about families when they move over to America, they're in such a different place.
Yeah. Yes.
Because of that initial language barrier and how they have to overcome it.
So it's kind of like a weird situation for me. I want to say this. I'll go ahead and say it. So my dad came here when he was a teenager. He actually went to high school here in Chicago.
Oh wow.
So him and my mom, they met here. My mom, I think at the time she was visiting from Honduras. So I guess they met here, hit it off, got married. But my mom technically she didn't have she wasn't a resident. She was, I guess you could say, she was borderline here legally. So
once they got married, oh shit, oh yeah.
So they got married. My mom went back to Honduras. She was pregnant with me. I was born over there. So my dad literally went over there to get us, came back, and I think my first photo was like a green card.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So and then my two younger brothers were born here. They were actually born in the same hospital.
This is a cool story, DPG. This is awesome.
So my dad didn't really grow up here. He came here when he was a teenager, but he always liked soccer because in Honduras they like soccer.
Even though he grew up here, so that had to be different too. With him being but they had the Sting and all stuff. So
yeah, my dad has told me he actually went to go see the Sting once. He went to go to see the Sting once. He actually from what he told me, he played high school soccer at Clemente back in the early 80s.
DPG, how many people do you think were playing soccer back then? Not as many as they were like today. I can't imagine.
Exactly. So, so going back to me, I didn't really get a chance to experience that whole youth club soccer.
Oh yeah.
I mostly played pickup games with friends in my alley or my backyard, and it wasn't until high school where I actually joined my high school team. I will admit I wasn't that good, but I kind of. So the funny thing about the high school team, I went to Steinmetz in Chicago. When I got there, we didn't really have a coach, so everybody just kind of did their own thing. All we did was just like scrimmages. When we finally got a real coach, ironically happened to be my cousin's boyfriend, who used to go to Steinmetz and had graduated already, and it just happened that he wanted to take up coaching, and the coach at the Steinmetz offered him the job.
And something was different, though. You're saying something was clearly different about his coaching style, immediately noticeable.
I think the first day he coached us, oh my God, he put us through the ringer. We were running laps around the track field. We were doing all sorts of stretching, stuff that we were not doing, 2 weeks prior.
Yeah.
And
oh my gosh, wow. Yeah, some of the basics even.
Yeah, so we were doing the basics. And it's funny how, it was a big group of, people. There was a big group of players. I want to say there was 30 people that wanted to be part of the soccer team. I think after that first day, it must have shrunk down to a good 20, 18 people.
It's a heck of a workout.
Because the next day it was the same thing. But it's funny how, a change of coach can change stuff like that.
That's one thing you definitely picked up in soccer through the years, is how the coach, where the orders are coming up, literally changes the culture. I've seen it happen on teams. I've been a part of teams that I've seen my loved ones, people I love, and friends be a part of too, and they have the wrong voice in there, the wrong idea, and then you get the right idea in there. And the funny thing about the right idea is sometimes the right idea is only the right idea for like a year.
Yeah.
And sometimes it is like just the right idea at the perfect time, and then that idea actually doesn't work again. Because that right idea was kind of a rigid idea, and it worked perfectly for the talented that 1 year, but talent changes year to year in that cycle, that 4-year cycle of high school, of college, of pros. Your talent changes.
And this is why I always say, because remembering back from my high school days in the soccer team, freshman year or whatever, we had a lot of good players. Like, if these guys would have stayed a little bit more disciplined, if they were really under like a strict sporting curriculum with soccer, sometimes you might see that in the suburbs. These guys could have easily gone to like Division 1 team, you know, but it didn't work out that way, you know. And that's the thing I always say, that in the city, there's so much talent that if you get some of these kids and like in a strict soccer regimen under a right program from the Fire, from the Magic, whichever youth club team wants to take them in, you could literally, you know, develop so much talent. It's not even funny anymore.
DPG, I've played soccer with like so many talented motherfuckers and like pickup ball that like guys that like, I'm like, how are you not like, they were like little Leo Messi's. And they were like 8 years old. I was like 12, 14. But it was like what they were able to do was insane. And I'm like, where are those guys in our soccer system? There's like that was the type of talent that should have been really, I don't know, honed and brought along. But somehow, like the way the U.S. soccer system is set up, not conducive to getting that talent and letting it trickle down to them. Somehow.
And this is why, you know, places like England, Spain, Italy, they churn out so much talent, because instead of, you know, the parents paying to put their kid in a soccer program,
right,
it's the other way around. Clubs will literally
the clubs are looking for talents that they could sell.
Yeah, clubs are literally giving contracts. Okay, we think you're great. How about you sign a contract? We'll give you some money. You know, play with us. We'll develop you and see where it goes.
The difference is definitely the coaching in America. That's a huge difference. I mean, one of the things I'm realizing, I mean, I see it in my dad and my dad's ability to win championships in multiple sports. I think the best coaches, and we were talking about it, the best coaches know how to adapt to the talent they have on their team.
Yep.
They really do. That's what distinguishes the great versus the one-trick ponies. And you know who's a great example of that is John Harbaugh of the Baltimore Ravens. That dude is a one heck of a coach. When I think of one of the better coaches in the NFL, maybe you don't think about it, it's John Harbaugh. And he always gets that team to be better than the sum of its parts. And that's a sign of a great coach that can just get the most out of their talent. My dad had a way of hiding in hockey the ankle benders. Sometimes you hide the ankle benders with the best players. It just depends on the situations. But it was amazing what some of these coaches are able to do, and it does come down to coaching a lot of the time.
You know, and that's true. You know, instead of the coach saying, this is my formation we're gonna play, and the team has to get used to it. You know, kind of like similar to what we're going through with Ezra. You know, a good coach will actually take a step back, think about what kind of players they have, what best suits the 11 players on the field, and figure out a way to make all that work.
Right.
And not only that, but he will also adapt to the opposing team's tactics. If he sees the opposing team changing to a more, you know, attacking formation or a more defensive formation, he will change towards whatever happens. That way the team's prepared and can deal with those issues right away.
Right, and then you see some of the coaches who who say they're not going to react to the other team, but that creates problems for your team when you aren't reacting to what they're doing. Like, and information is power in the game of all sports. And being able to use that information, the stats, the inclinations, the behaviors of these players all goes into getting that dub. And you need a coach, and I don't think the Chicago Fire have that coach in Ezra Hendrickson. That coach that is good enough to get the best out of all of his players. I truly think a better coach like Peter Vermees gets this club to the playoffs this year.
Yeah. And the thing is too, if you think about this, and then a lot of people, you know, to be honest with you, I was pretty, like everybody else, I was pissed off like crazy on Saturday night. And it just got me thinking, like, you know, I'm not gonna lie anymore. At this point, I really don't care what happens to Ezra. If he gets fired tomorrow, fine. The reason I say this It's because there are people out there that say, "Oh, we should give him another half a season at least."
We've heard that argument. How many times, DPG? Give me 1 minute. I'm going to let you make that argument. I'll be back here in just a minute.
So we've heard, oh yeah, let's give him another half a season. But the thing is that unless he's gonna change formations, unless he's gonna change tactics, which he hasn't done at all. He has not changed his formations. He tends to play with the same type of formation. Even though some players are not suited for that formation, he is stubborn. And if he doesn't change his formation, and we're gonna go into next season with the same formation, what's the point? We're literally just gonna have a losing record the first couple of months of the season. If we're gonna find ourselves in the same situation, we're gonna have to depend on other teams to make the playoffs. And I don't know about you guys, but if we're truly a playoff team, we're not gonna wait until September or even the first week of October to figure out if we might go to the playoffs or not. And that's what's basically going on, is that this Fire team has gotten so bad that the biggest achievement that we could hope for is just to make the playoffs. When other teams around the league, the playoffs is like not even a question. They're expected to make the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs, it's like a tragedy. At that point, people will call for the head coach's head right away. And that's how bad the Fire has gotten, to a point that, well, if we make the playoffs, we'll be fine. And that's not true. What's the point of making the playoffs if we're just going to get eliminated on the first round? We're pretty much wasting everybody's time.
Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, back DPG.
All right. So yeah, it basically made that argument.
You made the argument of, if you could give me the two-word sum up.
So basically, when people say, "Oh, we should give Ezra another half a season,"
yeah,
I say this: he hasn't done anything. If one thing is, if Ezra,
he hasn't done anything to worth staying, right? Is that the argument?
Anything worth saying. Not only that,
yeah,
I will actually,
okay.
I will literally give Ezra another half a season. Had this whole time he will start trying out different formations, different tactics.
We haven't seen anything, but is that a problem though, DPG? Because I can see it on the one hand being a problem, but you're right. Maybe the sticking to his okay. So he's got a major problem. He has to breed some sort of identity, some sort of familiarity in this team to the point where it is humming, right? Because yes, you have to adapt your tactics, but at least you have to have that identity. And maybe him trying to solidify on that identity, maybe he held on too tightly, is what you're saying?
You know what? I've seen arguments on different articles online.
Right.
Some people say he comes from the school of the Brett, of Schmetzer, that believe that,
we've heard that, right?
And the thing is like, I don't believe that.
I don't know if the soccer we see is the Schmetzer ball.
I don't think it is. And here's the thing. Schmetzer ball could work fine with the players that Seattle has. Doesn't mean it's going to work fine with just any player. Like, it almost has to come down to a science sometimes. If you want to stick to a formation, you have to find the right players for them.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And when you got the GM who's just hodgepodge picking it out, like, oh yeah, Kasper Przybyłko, that'll work for MLS soccer. Not thinking that'll work for Ezra Hendrickson's plan.
Exactly.
That's where the disconnect starts.
Exactly. And it's, and then some people made the argument that, Shaqiri under a better system could be a better player.
Shaqiri's put up DPG earlier, months ago, we said if Shaqiri puts up 7 goals, 11 assists, we said that number. The number of stats that he's put out, it's a successful Shaqiri season. He put out the number we put out for a successful season, but yet it doesn't feel like a successful season.
The reason it doesn't feel that way is because most of those goals came from penalties.
That's good point. Good point. Like that's 5 goals from PKs. Okay, good point.
It's not like maybe 1 or 2 of those goals might have been like Shaqiri's shooting, but it's not like, I guess what we're expecting is for Shaqiri to be like the clutch player, the guy that shoots out of nowhere and scores. Someone that could be an extra spark in the attack. We haven't seen that. Sometimes he does too much on the offense, on the attacking part, that he loses the ball. He dribbles too much. He holds on to the ball too long. He loses it once he gets double teamed, and there goes the attack. And it doesn't help that he trots back to do some defensive duties.
Put up stats, and we saw that with the old defender, our old favorite defender. What's his face? Number 5, captain. Kind of, I want to call him Cannavaro now. It's not Cannavaro.
Kappelhoff? No, not Kappelhoff.
Not Kappelhoff. That other man.
Not Calvo.
Calvo. So Calvo was a statistical anomaly. They're like, oh look, he gets all these interceptions. Oh look, Shaqiri, he gets all these goals and assists. Yeah, but it's kind of a paper tiger. It's kind of not real in a way.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that you look around, it's when people start saying, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter how much we pay him and this and that," or, I think there was an argument going on in big soccer where someone was defending Shaqiri, saying, "Well, he did good. The team played better with him under. It doesn't matter how much we pay this guy." It's like it's hard not to look how much we pay him. And look at the other 4 or 5 guys that are above him in stats. You got Acosta from Cincinnati. You got Mukhtar, from Nashville, scoring goals like crazy. And those guys don't even cost as much as Shaqiri does. In fact, I actually ran the numbers. So Shaqiri makes more than the top 4 guys in the stat section combined.
I'd rather have all 3 of LAFC's DPs than Shaqiri. I'd rather have. Would you rather have Chicharito or Shaqiri? This is actually a good discussion. I think Chicharito is better for Chicago. I don't know if he's the better player, but man, the team has to. A team if that is Chicharito is on, they have to buy. Same with Shaqiri. Both those teams really have to kind of service that guy. They have to buy into Shaqiri. They have to buy into Chicharito.
And the thing about it is that you need a guy.
So who would you rather have of that, though?
You need guys on the wings that could deliver, too.
Yes.
At the left side, we have Mueller, which is fine. But on the right side, we're a little iffy.
Mueller's awesome, yeah.
You would think a guy like Jairo Torres will fill in the, that's the thing. I don't think we had a good right winger since what's the guy's name?
Frankowski? But David Accam?
Yep. Yeah, no, Frankowski. Yep.
Because Frankowski was not good either. He was always in battle, and we were always waiting for him to show up and show something. He was disappointed.
Well, the thing about Frankowski is that he was kind of a slow. I guess I want to say, it took him a while for him to kind of adapt to the league.
I don't think he ever fully adapted to the league. He went backwards in a way, but we were able to sell him for a profit. He still looked like he had some potential.
But I mean, if you compare him to whoever we have in the wings, whether it's Jairo Torres. Sometimes Gutierrez has to do that duty. Shaq might tends to wander on the wing. It's hard to kind of, we just don't have a right winger, basically, a legit right winger that could stick to the wings. All we have is a bunch of guys that play a position. And that's it.
And we're expecting Jairo Torres or Brian Gutierrez. One of those 2 guys has to step up to take over that spot, basically. And then that leaves Shaqiri. There's no DPG, what is there to be to hope for in this team next year? We need Guti to take that next step up.
Yeah. Which, by the way, he scored today in the U20 game.
That's huge. He needs to play more, but there's beginning to be a bit of a jam in front of him. You got Jairo Torres, you got Shaqiri, you got Mueller, who's the only must start of the three, in my opinion. And Guti is a must start of the three, but he's being pushed down by the salaries of Shaqiri and Jairo Torres.
You know, and that's another thing that was brought up a lot. That's been being brought up is, what are we gonna do with all these big contracts we have? What are we gonna do with the Jairo Torres contract? What are we gonna do with the Jimenez contract? What are we gonna do with the Shaq contract? Or Debacle too?
The Gaston Jimenez.
I mean, it's not like no one's willing to there's not a line to sign a guy that just got hurt and just got a surgery.
I don't know how he got someone to give him a bag of balls for Chinonso 04. How do you get an offer for 04? Like, that's a miracle right there.
I think the way it was explained was that whatever fee the Fire was going to get is actually just part of the transfer fee they paid for him. So I guess they're probably I guess they bought him on installment payments. You know, one season they'll pay this, another season will pay this, and then I guess whatever they paid was pretty much to cover the last season or the last part of the transfer fee.
Oh, wow.
So it wasn't like a profit. It was more or less, well, here's your money to pay him off, but we'll take him.
Yikes.
You know,
offload the books.
And we've spent so much on players. It's not even funny anymore.
Toke says get rid of Ezra and Heights.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, that's a fool. I agree with that.
Sell those players to the Middle East. That's the only chance.
Yeah, let's do what we did to Madron. Let him go on free, and he signs with a Saudi team or something.
Or Japan.
Or Japan. But that's kind of the issue that's going on is, we have all these big contracts and we're paying some of these guys a lot more than what their worth is. Yet we're still sitting out of the playoffs. No playoffs this year.
How many years do we have to be at the top 5 of spend outlay and just have truly nothing to show for it?
Exactly.
And a playoff appearance is what we're looking for. More than one in the last 7 years.
And I think, Mansueto has to look at this and be like, you know what? This guy's not really doing much. Maybe it's time to go a different direction.
I don't think he is, and that's my concern, DPG. He just doesn't seem like he is saying that. We've heard, from lip service we've heard, is he likes the job that Gareth Heights has been doing. That last we've heard from Joe Mansueto.
This was back in July.
That was back in July, but that is the last we've heard. And in July, DPG, we already knew no. We were saying no. What are you smoking?
Exactly. I know Tyrus. That's him, right, Tyrus?
Yes.
He did throw out that Mansueto's actually looking into, and the tweet's not there anymore. For whatever reason, it's gone. But by the way, what's with this whole limits of how many people could see your tweet? That's because I've been seeing that a lot lately.
I don't know. That's stupid.
Yeah. So right before I guess it hit the limit, Tyrus did post it that Mansueto is actively doing his due diligence with Garth Lagerwey.
And then Marty tweeted out that that's dead.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I saw Marty recently in the last few hours. I tweeted about it as well, but or tweeted it back to Marty about it. Well, some people do private them, like they kind of limit. Like Marty has limited who can see his tweets. So I don't know if that was the case.
Yeah, because Is there a reason why that's dead? Did Lagaway sign an extension with Seattle?
Did he?
That's why I want to know why would Marty would post that saying that's dead. Is he just saying that because he doesn't think it's gonna happen, or is he saying that because Garth Lagaway signed an extension with Seattle? It just hasn't been announced yet.
I think that Marty knew something. Marty tends to know something. He tends to, when he says something, it tends to be right typically, more times than not. But with this, it seemed to say that the Garth thing it was explored and it's not going to happen. And I was like, damn, if true, like I just don't know how this team gets out of this.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's you know, you got Tyrus talked about it a couple of days ago, saying, "Hey, they're checking out Lagaway," and then you have Marty saying it's dead.
It's dead. They checked it out, and they found out pretty quickly, it was dead.
Now, I don't know if anybody has told Manfredo that this team sucks, but
Yeah.
you know,
Like really
I
bad.
don't know.
They're a hard sell.
yeah, it's like you want to get fans in the stadium. You're about to, break ground on a training facility, and you probably are gonna need that stadium to be packed. And the only way you're gonna do that is by winning.
And who knows how to make a winner in MLS? None of the fucking guys you've had under your docket before, Nelson Rodriguez or Georg Heitz.
And it's as bad as it sounds, Nelson Rodriguez probably did a better job than Heitz did. He at least got a winning team 1 year. Heitz hasn't gotten anything right the past 3 years. And not only on the field, but the fact that he made dumb moves like trading away Jordy and
Compounded everything.
It just.
If Garth Lagerway's out, though, we now have to pivot, DPG, and that means, to me, I pivot to Peter Vermes.
Peter Vermes, maybe even Carlos Bocanegra.
I'll
Bring him
pivot to
back
there.
home.
I'll go there.
I
don't think you can get Thorrington. I don't think you can lure Thorrington. Like, the thing is, you got to lure somebody to a new project. And Peter Vermes is legit right in that perfect place where he could be looking for a new project.
Yeah, because I think he did all he can with Kansas City.
Give him the fifth most powerful budget in MLS. Give him instead of a Kansas City budget. And let's see what that coach could do.
Exactly, and that's the thing. That's when you got a guy that can play with minimal resources and make things happen and win an MLS Cup, that's saying a lot. Mm-hmm. At that point, you're thinking to yourself like, man, if that guy could do that with that, imagine if we gave him 20 times more than what he's using now.
Yes, and then he's able to bring in signings like Graham Zusi, but back then, Graham Zusi, remember when they got Graham Zusi? It was a boon. They were like,
Yep.
oh, they get to keep Graham Zusi around. Like he was in hot demand for a minute there. It didn't turn out. I mean, it did turn out well. They won a championship with him, right? They won.
Yeah. It wasn't like the past,
It happened in 2014, but
but either way, Kansas City during that whole period was very competitive. Up until maybe
Tokyo says Vermes is MLS 1.0, though.
I would if that was the case, we wouldn't have a competitive Kansas City team. They've been pretty bad this season.
Past 2 seasons, I feel like they've been bad, but
yeah. And a lot of it could be because maybe he has a 1.0 budget.
And also maybe his 1.0 tactics is what Tokyo is saying. Tokyo is saying he has 1.0 tactics, and the league has changed a lot since 2013.
Man, there's times I wish Toke will get on here and talk.
Toke should get on here. He's been on here every once in a while, but he's not been on there at the same time as you.
I know. Tokyo, get on. We need to make this a group thing.
Toke can hop on right now if he's able to. He's got the Discord. He's able to. He's got he sometimes has the family.
Yeah, that's why I was 20 minutes late, because I had I had to put my kid down for the night.
Exactly. Family first, brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Then the fire.
So
then God. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
it's supposed to be God, then family, then the fire.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's God family. Funny, brother.
Yeah. So I'm actually out here on my deck enjoying pineapple beer.
Ooh, what? Pineapple beer. I like pineapple on pizza. It's not sacrilegious.
That's disgusting.
I love pineapple on pizza with a good Canadian bacon, man. How do you like pineapple beer but not pineapple on pizza? What?
Yeah, just come on, man. I grew up in Chicago. What? You know, it's who the hell? Go say that to a purist and see what they'll tell you.
I didn't like it initially the first time I had it. I was like, what is this? And then I tried it. I was like, oh, this is a good, interesting mix of sweet and sour.
What part of Chicago did you grow up in, James?
South Side. I'm a White Sox fan.
Did you ever? I don't know. I'm just gonna throw this out here, but on was it Archer? Is it Archer?
Yeah, I know Archer.
Archer. Did you ever go to this pizza spot called Obby's?
Obby's. I'm not familiar with Obby's on Archer. O-B-B-Y?
It's like O-B-B-I-E-S or O-B-B. I don't even know. It's
Obby's
one of those.
Archer. I'll take a look. Obby's Pizza, Garfield Ridge.
Yep.
On Archer. Let me see how far away this is from me. Because it is far. Oh, but it's not terribly far. Like, actually, this is... Like, sometimes people suggest places that are on the north side of Chicago that I'm like,
Yeah.
no, I can't get to. No, this is south side of Chicago. This is a little bit of ways from me, but still, it's not that far. Terribly far.
So if you can, do yourself a favor, go get a pie from them.
All right, I'm marking it down.
Don't ask for pineapple. Just get a regular.
No. I'm not. No, pineapple's a special occasion. My go-to is just a regular sausage pizza or sausage, green peppers, onions. I love that. I love Fox's Pizza in Orland Park. They have a good Fox's special there. I think they add all that stuff plus mushrooms, maybe olives. Basically like a supreme pizza. I'll dig that. And I also like, get this, pepperoni plus... And don't sleep on it, plus garlic. Pepperoni plus garlic.
I like garlic.
Put it together with your next pepperoni pizza. You will be like, oh!
You there? You cut off for a bit.
Oh, no, that's me just going making funny noises.
But yeah, if you get a chance, check that place out. I actually
I just saved it.
Yeah, I actually got pizza there. When the Fire used to play at Toyota Park, I used to, that was kind of like the tailgate pizza. Just pick up a pie and eat it with, my girlfriend or friends of ours that were hanging out with us for the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like I told you, my brother lives in Berwyn, so it's not too far from.
Oh yeah.
He's actually the one. It was one of his spots that he found. So, yeah, it's good pizza. I think honestly. Coming from the north side, and seeing a couple of pizza joints that I grew up on just kind of turn to crap because they have new ownership.
Yes, that happens.
That reminds me a lot of the pizza that I grew up eating. But
Vito and Nick's the first classic.
I've heard good things about that place. I have never done the trip all the way to the south side for that.
Oh man, I was going there back in the 90s when it was the best. It was the best back then. It's still very, very good.
So that's on Pulaski, right?
I'd have to double check because there's two locations. There's Vito and Nick's and there's Vito and Nick's too. Yeah,
I think the original one is the one that's on Pulaski, I think.
Vito and Nick's, 840-33 Pulaski Road. Order your pizza, guys. Get a pizza from there for sure. Obby's, how far away is that from Obby's?
No, but it's funny because I grew up. I mean, I grew up on Pulaski. My parents still live on Pulaski, but I live on the north side on Pulaski.
Dude, they're blocks away. These two pizza joints.
Yeah.
So sick. There's probably two of the better pizza joints on the planet, guys. Literally blocks away. This is probably Pizza Central right here.
The thing about this is that a lot of people, when they think of Chicago pizza, they think of that deep dish stuff. I'm not a big fan of the deep dish stuff. I honestly believe like the thin crust is like a sleeper hit. Like it's probably better than a deep dish.
Oh
The
no,
deep dish
the thin crust is the go-to for sure. The deep
Yeah.
dish, as we all know, people don't realize
good
the
one.
deep dish is the special occasion pizza.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say that deep dish is okay once in a while, but your go-to, your Friday night, or your pre-fire game pizza, is thin crust all the way.
Your once a week, or your once a week or once every 2 weeks pizza is typically a thin crust, and then your once every 2 months special pizza is a stuffed crust.
Yep.
That's kind of like my pattern, I think, somewhere around there.
Yeah, that's actually the way. That's actually same thing. So when you have people from New York or outside the state saying, "Oh yeah, I want to try that Chicago pizza, that deep dish stuff," I just tell them, you know what, you don't know what you're missing, man. Go to the neighborhood, go into a neighborhood and go check out the local spot, and check out the thin crust. You will be blown away.
Mm-hmm. Dude, oh my gosh, you're getting me fiending about pizza. I thought about getting pizza today. I almost did. That's so funny. Who's your prediction to take it all the way for MLS?
I honestly believe that Philly might have a chance. I think it's time.
I do too. I kind of do too. But of course, they'll break our hearts. Well, not our hearts, but the hearts of Philadelphia fans. They seem like that team, like you had the obvious pick, them and LA. Who's our non-obvious picks?
I was talking about this on Discord on the MLS fan chat, and I was actually fighting people there. People were talking about the 4th and 5th, or the bye team curse, or whatever crap they come up with.
Yeah.
I guess it could happen, yes, but man, I don't know. Philly just is really strong right now. They're beating the hell out of teams 4-0, 4-1. Without impunity. They're just steamrolling through everybody. Now, whether or not that steam could keep going through the playoffs, that's yet to be seen. But if whoever they face first, if they steamroll right through them, that should be an indicator who's going to take the cup. And then on the other side, in the Western Conference, you have LAFC. It might be time for them to win the cup.
So right now, Inter Miami and Columbus are battling it out for the playoffs. If Columbus ekes it in, they would be my super dark horse, but kind of a really too big of a hill it seems to climb right now. And so that makes me lean elsewhere. I like what you were saying. Philadelphia does look like they're going to cut butter. LAFC also looks like they're ready to cut butter. Portland was mentioned as a possible good shout. I gotta say Montreal. Georgie has something to prove, and that's like in the midfield. There's something going on there with Philadelphia. 68 goals for, 22 against. DPG.
Oh yeah, exactly. Wow. So put it like this.
Holy shit.
Any team that's gonna go play in Philadelphia for that second leg,
yeah,
expect to be in one of the hardest places to play soccer in with a team that's strong. I don't think Philly has lost at home at all. Have they lost at home?
And if they do, it'll be the ultimate choke job. I'll double check that. Let me go. I have to go to the MLS site, MLS website. Check that. I don't want MLS listings.
Tokyo's on here.
You on?
He's on mute, but he's on.
Oh, he'll slide in. Toke!
What up? What's going on?
What's up, Toke? Check out Trip and Toke on YouTube. What's up, Toke?
Not a whole lot, man. So I heard I got called out.
Glad we could get you on the show, bro. But you were saying Peter Vermees is MLS 1.0. I think that I almost would rather have him than Ezra, whatever Ezra is, whatever .0 Ezra is.
You can't. This team isn't built, dude. It's just slapped together. It's been the fire way for what 10 years or since 2010. Just like I mean, even like the Brian McBride thing, it worked out, but it was just like, holy crap, a name, get him. You know
it was
what I mean?
basically
With
like duct tape on a plane.
yeah,
type
with
of
no thought to how you put the team together whatsoever. So it's just, I don't know, man. I feel like Ezra could be a good coach. You need to take your lumps. You need to build something. But the fact is, we've tried to build something every 2.5 years for the last 10, 15. So nobody's got any patience for it.
That's the thing, though. I thought Ezra could potentially be a good coach, especially if he's been an assistant for some good coaches, throughout MLS. But the problem is that he never changes his formations. He never changes his tactics.
Well, but to what? What do you have on this team to change to, really? Like at this point, he's just literally like shuffling the team out until he can get to a transfer window with somebody like competent.
But the problem is that
Maybe Rivers would be a guy. If you, there's guys that he
didn't
can be
he
able
just
to
have
pivot
surgery?
to. He did, but there were guys on this team that he was able to pivot to. Albeit the team wasn't built right. We were missing some veterans in key positions. DPG and I definitely talked about that.
And the thing about it is that if what you're asking for is for the only way that works is if you have a head coach that has a really close working relationship with the GM, or in some cases the head coach is in charge of also being a GM.
I mean, it's tough though. Vermees wants that power, but like even look at what happened to Arena this year. It's just like Arena's a different story. But
I'll
like
take
it is
Arena here though. Like these guys are all proven MLS coaches where they can have a down year and it's okay because we know that they can get back to success. I just don't know if we can get back to success with Ezra at all.
I don't know. I don't think that this year was a good sample size, really. I think you got to give Ezra another rip.
And that's the toughest thing about a guy in his first year of coaching, right?
But the thing is, like, I would probably be on board with that if Ezra would start changing up his formations, changing up the way he plays, experimenting. Hey, it's your first year. You could get away with messing up 1 year. So why not experiment? Try different formations, try different tactics, try different, attacking methods, defensive methods, whatever. But
well, here's the true test of who needs to go. Whose idea is it for Slonina to keep playing? You got to play Brady. You have to.
You have to, yeah.
You have to because and they're talking about whoever's talking about bringing Slonina back for another 6-month loan.
That's a mistake. Yeah.
Well, that's going to ruin his career.
Yep.
B, that's going to that's setting us back. We're still not going to have a keeper, which we haven't had since Sean Johnson left.
Exactly. And you know what? Brady, he had a good, qualifying for the Olympic tournament. He didn't even get scored on. He might be ready. I think, and you're right. If we don't see him on the lineup for the next few games, and that should tell you that, hey, maybe Ezra's not the guy to develop young players.
Well, but is it him or is it Heights?
Because I mean, Guti brought along, but then now at the critical point where he should be playing Guti more, he is. He did play Guti the last 2 games. So I feel like he is bringing along the youth in some ways,
but not as people were arguing. Well, how come John Duran didn't start sooner? Why were we still?
Yes, good point.
Books? I mean, why were we?
Because these guys thought Shabilko is a big signing. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Everybody thought that until someone actually brought up the stats, and at that point, it got everybody thinking that, okay, well, what the hell we just did? What did we just do right now?
Look how much better Philadelphia got without him.
It sounds like a Georg Heights problem. We keep pointing the finger indirectly and directly at Georg Heights, and that also pointed at Joe Mansueto for sticking with Georg Heights. And as much as we pick on Ezra, he's more of a symptom than the problem than the problem, the virus.
But the thing is, you have to keep in mind this: if they do, let's say they fire Heights and they bring in a new GM, it's up to that GM whether or not he's going to keep Ezra or not. He might have his own guy, saying, "Hey, you know what? I want you on board."
And the thing is, as you said too, and I agree with this, Ezra is very replaceable. He's done nothing that says that screams, "Oh, we got to keep this guy around." If they do go a new direction with GM.
And not only that, but if you like, remember that loss against Columbus, at home where we again gave up the lead. He talked about, he started preaching about, oh yeah, it's not going to happen again. We're going to learn from this. We're going to be a better team. And guess what? It happened again. And then on top of that, someone else brought up stats on Twitter saying it just didn't happen twice. The Fire have given up the lead so many times, like 5 times this season.
Well, that wasn't the wake-up call that everybody wanted to be. It was really more of the go-to-sleep ring. Go-to-sleep bell.
Well, I mean, that might just be the guys. Shaqiri's never been, let me put the team on my shoulder guy.
No.
And we're asking him to be. We're not putting people in positions to succeed.
Yeah, no, you're right. He's one of those off players that he might thrive under a team that has other good players. But you're right.
Exactly.
He's not the type of guy that you'll say, hey, this is your team now. Take charge of it.
But he's also not a Chicharito, where Chicharito is so hyper dependent upon the service. Chicharito is dependent on service from other players. When Chicharito gets good service from Mueller, it leads to good things. When he gets good service from Federico, from Gaston, from whoever was playing midfield that day, it leads to good things. But he also, there's times where they get him the ball and his consistency is just not there. Like, he gives the ball away and I'm like, whoa, what's going on? You're supposed to be our best player. We get the ball to you. And then that's where the breakdown starts. And I've seen that happen a lot this season.
Yeah, it's more or less pass him the ball. He tries to dribble past 2-3 guys and they double team him and that's it. They dispossess him and it's, oh my God, it's counterattack time. And that's been the story.
I've got to ask a really dumb question about Major League Soccer. The coaches are not. There is no salary cap on coaches, correct?
No salary cap on coaches.
No salary cap. Nope.
So why would you not just? I thought this when Mourinho was out of work, right before the Roma thing. Like, why not take a giant stab? Why not say, if you're a billionaire owner, give the coach 6 times as much as you pay your best player in this league. You know what I mean?
That Spanish coach that the USA thought about hiring, Lola Gupti, right? Or something like that. Like, that would be a great guy. Yeah, maybe.
But here's the thing. I want to say this. Yes, why not give a stab to Mourinho? The problem is, and we've seen this a couple of times in MLS, is that whenever you bring in these European coaches, especially the ones that have coached big teams, I'm thinking of what's Ronald? Was it Koeman, the guy that took over Atlanta, and he got fired because it didn't work out for him. That's the problem.
These are guys that it doesn't work out anywhere for. Like, I'm talking like a Simeone type, right? Like somebody who, you still have to have the GM though, who understands the rules of Major League Soccer. But even bad example, good example, but like a Pep. Like, if you could tell this guy, we just need your tactical brain and sit back and our guy will find you the pieces. You know what I mean? It just, I don't know, man. I know that's not logical, right? But a guy in, you know what I mean? Like a guy who's a more tactical focused guy, what's the cat from the Red Bull system that got
CJ
fired
Marsh?
from, or no, the cat that coached United last season, like the caretaker at the end.
I combined 2 players.
Where's he at?
CJ and Jesse Marsh.
No, I know what you're talking about. Oh, I forgot his name. The guy that had Chris Armas on it as a staff, right?
Is it Warnick or
Warnock?
Yeah.
Warnock. Right.
What is he doing right now?
Nobody knows. I to be honest with you, I'm not sure.
Just back the Brinks truck up and pick him up, man.
Act saying that you could have the greatest coach, but that won't win you anything. You need the players to win. High quality managers are paid to manage high quality talent, not develop it.
And here's the thing too:
what are the Fire? Are the Fire a developing station or are they a talent station? Like, every team in MLS is different. And look, you look at Dallas, they're a developing station. You look at Red Bull, they're a developing station. Look at Seattle, they're a powerhouse.
But the thing is, think about this for a sec. What you're basically, going back to the coach stuff, is that you're basically asking a European coach to give up working in Europe, give up working with high caliber players, to
High
go to
caliber
a league,
coaches.
go to a league that has a salary cap that probably won't pay the wage for Cristiano Ronaldo, and a very structured system versus having free spending European clubs buy whoever they want.
The limitations are a little too obstructive. Yeah, they kind of make you not want to go there. By the way, I know we were shouting out Jose Mourinho coming up. Like, why not Piotr Nowak, who beat Jose Mourinho? No, I'm just kidding. But Piotr Nowak, when you guys talk about MLS 1.0 soccer, it made me think about Piotr Nowak, who's won way back when, and he went over to Bialystok and didn't have too much success over there. It was a little difficult, and it made me wonder if soccer is changing and we have to get into the Jesse Marsch camp of soccer.
You know what, Jesse Marsch, that's a story on itself, because that guy didn't have a whole lot of success in Montreal and he got fired for it. But then he goes to New York and holy crap,
Well, that's the key. He had a system of people, like New York with being Red Bull. They have so much in the way of like the GM position, right? Like just the front office, that he can be a tactician and they can give him pieces that will fit at whatever level the team that they're searching for.
It did seem like that. Like Red Bull's GM did seem to be able to give the Red Bulls coaches the right pieces they needed, typically.
And that's what we go back to, is you need a GM that has a close working relationship with the head coach. The guy that's going to sit down and be like, let's talk about what you want to play and let's talk about what you need.
What's also interesting about the Red Bull system is that the Red Bull system has made both GMs, players, and coaches all cogs, replaceable cogs in the wheel, in the machine. They've literally had wholesale changes, yet they still kind of play Red Bull football. There's a Red Bull identity there from the top down, despite the monumental changes. We haven't had that with Chicago Fire.
I think Red Bull has a whole entire system where I think they might even, I don't know if I saw this before, but I could have sworn that they were taking like Jesse Marsch when he used to coach the Red Bulls and take him over to Austria or Germany and have him tour their facilities, maybe, give him a couple of training courses, work closely.
Oh yeah, they did that all the time. Remember, he would go over on off season to go basically be an assistant at Leipzig. So with the cat that was coaching the Austrian Salzburg at the time, who's now what? Isn't he Munich's coach? Because didn't he move up to Leipzig and then go over to Munich, and then the cat from Leipzig went to United or whatever?
Yeah, I think,
So I don't know. I like that. How do you, I got a question now. How do you guys think about Chris Armas? Because I listened to that Cracked podcast that Beasley and Onyewu do, and they were talking to him about a month or so ago, and it just sounded like this dude literally already knew he had a job in Major League Soccer next season.
Do you think that's Chicago Fire?
It very well could be.
I mean, unless they were talking to a GM, halfway throughout the season and not mention anything to anybody, and he might have, the GM might have said, "I got Chris Armas that I want to bring along with." That's a possibility.
He said he's been talking to MLS teams, and he sounded like a cat who just knew he already had a job.
And didn't Chris Armas really, really fail at Toronto?
Oh yeah,
he did. But then again, look who's failing in Toronto right now.
Bob Bradley.
So it's
that's a good point, because Bob Bradley, you'd think like could go anywhere in MLS and have success, but it's not proving to be the case.
Well, but is that going to happen for long? Like, what are they going to look like next season?
Depends. If they have Bob Bradley still, and they still have Michael Bradley playing, they're probably going to be a lot more of the same. Toronto is in a weird situation where they do have players, but these are aging stars, and they're holding on. And at the same time, they have high expectations on their youth players to kind of pick up the slack, which is not working.
I mean, I think they were a victim of circumstance because now they got the 3 Italians who are all under 32 years old. So you get another 2 to 4 years out of them.
Yeah.
And then you got Mark Anthony Kay, who just went over there and has just come back from injury. That kid's a stud.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
I don't know.
yeah.
I don't think Toronto's going to be down for long.
The problem is that a lot of their success is kind of linchpinned upon Michael Bradley, and he's just not LeBron James. He's old, but he's not the superstar that LeBron James is that can carry that team anymore. And he's a linchpin for their success. So it's like how Michael Bradley goes, that team has went. And Michael Bradley has sucked this year, so that team also sucked.
Do you think that's gonna go through next year? I doubt.
And his dad's still the coach. That creates the problem. If his dad wasn't the coach, or he wasn't on the team, and his dad was able to coach the team without Michael Bradley there, I see Toronto being an instant winner.
Well, let me say this. Didn't when Toronto was like going back and forth with MLS Cups, didn't they used to have like this a different GM that ended up going to Columbus and brought success to Columbus? I forgot the guy's name. It's like a long last name, but he was actually he was wheeling and dealing and really, really bending the rules in the league to get players in. You know,
that's the only ways you succeed now. Like, come on, Gareth Bale's not even a DP, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, you have to bend, and like the rules are stupid to begin with. This salary cap thing either needs to be quadrupled or just gotten rid of.
Tim Bezbachenko.
Yep, there you go.
That's who it is.
He was their GM for a couple of years during their height of their success, and then he ended up leaving to Columbus, and then Columbus had a whole resurgence thing going on.
And he is their current GM and sporting director.
Yeah,
he brought in Caleb Porter. That was his move.
So think about that. It's like this guy. Not a lot of people know about him, but man, he's built some pretty decent teams throughout the past couple of years.
Would you say he's the Ezra Hendrickson of GMs?
Hell no.
Because he works.
He is like
I love it.
I wouldn't say he's the Ezra. I'd say he's more of a what's a good GM? What's a good GM? He might be like
man.
Lagerway. There you go.
Lagerway, Thornton, Bocanegra to a degree, who's struggling right now.
I can't believe John Thornton. That son of a he walks up, he misses a penalty the last time I was happy as a Fire fan. And then now he's just like, oh yeah, I live in LA and everything's awesome now. What a freaking jerk.
What a dick.
Well, you gotta keep in mind, LAFC has a good setup, all the way around. Atlanta is kind of going through like a coaching crisis. I think they're about to fire their current head coach.
They've been going through they're going through everything crisis. Atlanta has just not been right.
Yeah, give the fire Martinez now. I don't care how many tables he flips over.
Oh man, I don't know. I want to leave it up to the new GM what he's gonna do with Ezra, but that's if, and it kind of, I get this bad feeling in my stomach that we're still gonna have Heights next year.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's the writing is on the wall. It's more of the same next year, man.
And that's the thing. Unless they do something weird where they ship him off to Lugano and he becomes like the Lugano guy or whatever, the European GM or whatever, then I don't see the Fire, being any good next year. I don't see it.
Yeah, man, a lot of optimism. The season's not even over. We're already depressed about next year.
No, dude, there's no hope, guys. There truly is no hope. I was trying not to be depressed about this, but there's no reason to be hopeful until we get some indication of change. We need to see that indication of change. They need to rip off the duct tape somewhere, take off a new piece, and put in something else. And that means Garrick Heights out.
Yeah. And the thing about it is that, I said this before. I think the best part of the season is the off season, because you could kind of see what's going in and out for the Fire.
Time to be a Fire fan.
you get all hyped up. You go on Twitter every day, refreshing Twitter to see if there's any transfer moves or something going on, and that's that. You know, versus other fans that are like, yeah, we're in the middle of the playoffs.
Right now, Columbus fans are in a fervor. They're like, to fire Caleb Porter if he doesn't make the playoffs. They're in a fever pitch. But we're not in that. We're like,
wait, what's this playoff thing? Is that what happens after the regular season, that like they actually keep playing? I don't know what this playoff thing is.
Yeah, put it like this: there's teams that making the playoffs is not even a question; it's an expectation.
The other P word, parity, guys. Like, they always talk about parity in MLS. Where is this parity for the Fire?
And it's like it's a failure if a team doesn't make it to the playoffs. And it's sad that as Fire fans, the biggest achievement is just making it to the playoffs, but then getting eliminated in the first round.
The biggest achievement for the Fire fans is signing Shaqiri and signing Schweinsteiger. That's our biggest achievements for Fire fans the past 7 years.
Isn't it funny that, like, the Fire have been terrible the entire time Seattle has been in the league, and this is the first time Seattle will have missed the playoffs?
Yep.
Wow.
And they're people freaking out. They're saying, get rid of Lagerway. They're even talking about getting rid of. They're talking about even getting rid of Schmetzer. So
that's gonna happen one day. It's gonna get stale. But boy, he's one of my. Schmetzer is just like such a good story in American soccer, man.
Can you give us the quick one too?
Yeah. Well, because he coached the Sounders in USL, and then when they became the Seattle Sounders we know and love today, he was an assistant. And then when Ziggy got fired, they gave him the interim tag. And what was that, like 10 years ago at this point?
Oh, right. And they never lifted it, right?
And then he took off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great story, man.
It is legendary. It is cool.
Yeah. But
yeah,
see, that
think about that. You're the head coach of this team and he was the head coach like in the USL for at the very least 5 years, but I think it was like way longer. Like I've even forgot he played for them in the NASL or even like ASL or whatever, and then coached them for a great number of years. Then they get into MLS and Ziggy comes to town, and instead of firing him, they're like, hey, why don't we demote you to assistant coach? And he's like, all right. And he was interim. He won MLS Cup as interim, and he's been coach ever since.
You pointed something out. I'll say it after. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, you know what? I hate Seattle Sounders. I hate their fans. But that story might have made me a fan of Schmetzer. Actually, I'll give it a Schmetzer.
I've been jealous of Seattle since day one. That's what I would love. Nothing more than to see here in Chicago. Because I mean, like, think about the guys they've churned through. Like they had Freddie Montero when he was good. Then what was that cat for Nkuku or whatever? And then it was Dempsey and Martins, and then just Dempsey and EJ. Like, they've had the Roldan brothers. Like, they've got Jordan Morris's square ass. Like, they have had so many interesting and fun players. Like Brad Evans, you know what I mean? Played there.
Yeah.
Like, I have been so jealous for so long. And then the best part is they sell us all their players like Patrick Gianni, Youngberg, and then they're all terrible as soon as they get here. But it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, EJ is an American soccer legend. They had Clint Dempsey, who's probably my favorite player to ever play. Like, I've been so jealous from Seattle from minute one, selling out their freaking NFL stadium. Like, it's just been disgusting to watch Seattle. Because even think about this: Seattle is the first wave of modern MLS. Seattle and Portland. This is the first wave of what we know as modern MLS. And instead of, like, if you look at the dichotomy with the Fire have almost done everything too early. They were awesome when it just didn't freaking matter. They had all these internationals when just like whatever. You know what I mean? We built a soccer specific stadium, but like before teams were getting them in the city, it was out in the burbs. Like, you know what I'm saying? We just did everything too early, and Now we're just dinosaurs. We're literally not even dinosaurs. We're fossils.
We are,
And they don't-
we're
to
like,
the pond.
we're like we're the one-celled parameciums that preceded dinosaurs that have still yet to evolve.
Not only that, man, you actually just brought up a good point that I was thinking about when you mentioned that, is that the Fire were good when the rest of the league was dying.
Right? When the league wasn't even going to exist, it was like, oh, well, you know, we're
when
good.
When they were talking about folding, like, you know, we might not make it next year type of thing. You know, then that all went away. We lost the golden age or golden era or whatever. Now we're stuck in this rut. And we keep running in circles to try to fix it.
You guys were talking also about coaches and Schmetzer, and I just want to bring it back to that just for a moment because we've been hitting on what successful coaches are, and there's a humbleness to some of the best coaches that I realize. Like, look at Schmetzer, who was a coach. He was the head coach, and then kind of gets humbled and like gets the ability to stay on the same team, and he's like, that's a precarious position to be, because sometimes the people are like, no, we don't want your voice to interfere with this new voice, and you have to convince them that you won't interfere, that you'll support and you'll learn. And to be able to be that humble and able to also take that opportunity and learn is huge. And Schmetzer was able to do that. Look, Jesse Marsh able to do it. Bob Bradley under Bruce Arena able to do that.
Yep. And the thing about Schmetzer is that man is like living and breathing, walking Seattle Saunders.
Yeah, like, he's not going to get another job. The literal only other job he would ever do, which he's behind Jesse Marsh and maybe even a few others, would be the U.S. team. Because other than that, he's just going to, like, if he gets fired, guess what he's going to do? Go home and still live. He's going to live in Seattle and still come to the games on Saturday. You know what I'm saying? Like, probably. You know, like, it's ridiculous, man. Like I said, I've been absolutely green with envy of every possible thing Seattle has done. Even their jerseys are fucking lit.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
I love
like
the colors too.
You know, like that Hendricks jersey they did. Come on, man. Like,
that was
can
awesome,
we get some of that? Any of it? Dog.
You know, to this day, I honestly believe that I think my all-time favorite game for the Fire has to be like that 4-1 beating we gave Seattle back in 2017. You know, that I actually have a poster hanging up on the wall.
I remember missing that game. Me and my brother were on a fishing trip. I just remember missing that game and how good that game is. We watched that game after the fact.
You know, 2017, we look back with rose-colored glasses because it started well, but then you saw the cracks early. Like, Arturo Alvarez was not an MLS starter at that point. You know what I mean? Like, you saw the cracks early, and then it just fell apart at the end. You know, like, it just wasn't as good as we remember. You know, like, even same thing with 2010, or even, what was that year we got beat on Halloween? Like, to death. You know, like,
you're speaking the truth. A lot of it isn't as good as remember. The best times that were as good as remember, 98, 97, 98.
Yeah, pretty much.
01, 02.
I mean, 08, 09. 08, 09 were both good years, man. Like I said, John Thornton, I was so happy to be a Fire fan until John Thornton took a penalty. Because that's the year Salt Lake beat us and they went on to the finals and won.
Yeah. I barely became a Fire fan in 2010, so I missed all that good era. And I think,
oh God!
I think who was?
Are you just a masochist or what?
You know what? I don't know what hit me. I think I went to one Fire game in 2010 and I got hooked. And ironically, it was the game that they won too. So, and I think I remember telling this to somebody. I remember telling. I don't know if you guys know this guy, Patrick Stanton.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I remember telling this to Patrick, and I'm like, you know, I signed up for season tickets, and I've been a season ticket holder since 2011. He's like, oh my God, you missed all the best parts, man. Man, wow. Like, he was stunned. Like, oh man.
Yeah, you pretty much did miss everything, man.
But
like a whole team of Kalen Cars. Remember?
There's the best is yet to come. We gotta believe that the best is yet to come. It's just not coming anytime soon. Not this year or not next year, and I don't know if the next 2 years, barring some significant change coming right now, the end of this season.
Yeah.
Well,
and
they bought in, man, because being a Cubs fan, like now I don't even watch baseball. We won. It's over. Why even do that anymore?
Oh my god!
You know?
Yeah, it's like you won. Oh, so it's why even watch. Huh. I mean, with the Blackhawks, we had a good run with the Blackhawks too.
oh, there's a nice video on YouTube that talks about the rise and collapse of the Blackhawks.
I'll have to check that out. Oh, I'll definitely check that. Thanks for the rec.
I'll post it on the Discord.
I'm a hockey player, so yeah, that is definitely my jam.
But the thing is that
I can't pin you, bro. A hockey playing Southsider, Sox fan, Fire fan. It's hard to pin you down, bro.
yeah, he's all over the place. He's a betting man,
Oh, he's a degenerate. We all know this.
But here's the thing, though, is that it's sad when your fan base knows what you're doing wrong, but you still go ahead and still do it anyway. People. I remember after that Charlotte game, people were bringing up their old tweets like, "We told you guys to sign Carl Strudisky. What the hell happened?" People were bringing tweets in 2021 and.
You can't listen to people, or else Heath Ledger would have never been the Joker.
That's true. But
well, the White Sox we're talking about it today. The White Sox fans are talking about like how a lot of the problems that the White Sox experienced this year, the media and the fans were saying out loud, audibly, were the problem, and that the team itself just never addressed. The Fire are a similar vein. Like we have Brian Sandolau literally shouting from the treetops.
Like Fire hides already.
He's trying to be objective, but it is hard when this is the crap that you're given.
And I think he even stated like, look, I don't call for anybody's firing, but hey, he needs to get fired.
Yeah, make a change, man.
And that's the thing, it's still scary that he's still making decisions on player contracts, which kind of gets me thinking like, oh my god, is this guy really still gonna be here next year?
Nah, those two. Well, I'm unfortunately, like, if I were a betting man, I'd bet on him being here, despite not wanting him here.
Me too.
But I'll say this though, those two renewals were dummy renewals, dude. Those are good, solid MLS pieces that are developing. Like, keep it. You know what I mean? Those were dummy renewals. Anybody would have done that. Those are pieces of the team.
Basically, easy slam dunks. I think you're right. And the fact that Prishabilko is supposedly, as pointed out in that article, they said Prishabilko was supposed to get a new contract. If he gets a new contract, holy shit. If he doesn't and something changed, something had to change.
There's no way. I don't know. I'd like to believe. I really need to know, like, in 5 to 10 years, like, what kind of criminality thing happened to where the gun was put to somebody's head and Gaston Jimenez was re-signed.
Oh my god!
I don't know what happened, but we're gonna find out. It involved a truckload of blow or something, dude, because that made literally no human logical sense in this realm of existence.
We were literally calling like, okay, he's gone. There's no way they're gonna resign him. That's an open DP slot. We were calling that already.
Open shut case.
Yeah, we was counting that money, we were shopping.
And Stupid Heights said, "Oh my God, let's just resign him.
We're
gonna sell
this
him back." Yeah.
Why?
We don't.
Why?
Like I said, it made such little sense that there must be like a half-hour documentary coming in the future.
Yep. Yeah, whenever the Fire win the MLS Cup, they're gonna talk briefly about this period. But
right.
Well, the thing is that, I'm still like mind blown that the fact that they re-signed Jimenez, because that whole him re-signing him is literally gonna mess us up for next year.
It's done.
That's
yeah.
And then the thing about that is that Pineda and Navarro in the midfield do just as good a job as when Jimenez plays.
Hold on.
Get another season together, yeah.
Really stupid question. When you make a transfer, or when you sell a player, and you make a nice big profit like Almiron, right? MLS will let you have a portion of that.
Yeah, support.
And I believe that goes. It does go towards the cap, correct?
Yep. Oh, it goes to
Okay.
it goes to TAM or GAM or some BS like that.
Okay. So, do you get penalized for making a loss? Like, can we like cheap taxes here? Like, can we
Nope.
sell Jimenez for like 600K to a
Nope.
team in Mexico and just be like, "Whoops, we made no profit."
Neo,
you can
they
definitely
actually-
sell it for no profit.
Yeah.
You could. We just get no GAM TAM as a
Right,
reward.
but you don't get penalized, Gam and Tam though.
No,
for that,
you're not gonna
correct?
get penalized.
No.
You take whatever you're given. And the thing
Well,
about it is that
perfect.
the thing about it
Sell
is that someone was talking about doing this to Shaqiri. Like, hey, look, if he wants to go to Europe, just send him to Europe, take a loss, and move on.
They're gonna
You know,
sell
obviously-
Shaqiri for $5 million to somebody. Somebody's gonna come in for $5 million for Shaqiri.
No way.
At the end of the World
You'll
Cup,
get-
he's not coming back to Chicago.
Oh, never. He'll never play. I don't even think he'll play for Chicago after this international break. Like,
You don't think he's coming
I
back?
think he's-
Wow.
He's not.
Nah,
gonna, I
he's-
think he packed up already.
yeah, I think he's. Yeah, I bet if you went by his team provided rental,
His apartment.
he would be moved out, and there would already be IKEA furniture for staging.
His one
Yep.
season MLS done. You're saying?
I think so, man. I don't logically see it unless because they're all road game. Or no, there's one more at SeatGeek. Okay, so maybe he'll play that game.
I don't
Just
see it
decide-
either.
I think-
And
I don't know.
Soldier
I don't
Field,
see it. I don't see
Soldier Field grass sucks.
And you guys
Nah.
are heard is pretty good.
Ooh.
But here's the thing.
The Bermuda grass.
Oh, did you see how happy that guy was when he got to Switzerland with the Swiss national team?
Oh my
He's
gosh.
like here with the boys, carrying his luggage, his own luggage too, all
He was
happy.
carrying the luggage.
Oh
He
yeah,
walked up,
no.
Lou was limping off the field like, oh, my leg, ah.
Like 89th minute. Oh, I got a cramp. I gotta get out, coach. I gotta get out.
And listen, I don't even blame him for that, man. If you're like, this has to be a mutually, player and fans and coach all need to be a mutual relationship.
Yes, it
You know
does.
what I mean? And if like he doesn't want to play here, then don't, man. Then make a scene. If it's really that bad and it sucks, then yeah, then
just-
just go have fun, man. I know Switzerland. You're not going to get shot. All sorts of good things about Switzerland.
But here's the thing, it cracks
go
me up, man.
skiing.
It cracks me up. It cracks me up because I think about, man, I don't know why I think about this, but back in 2017, we had a guy named Michael Harrington on the team. You guys probably know who he is.
Oh my God, I loved Michael Harrington. He's got a ride or die chick.
This man was not the best player. Like he was hot garbage.
Right,
But
he was not
but-
good anymore.
he wasn't good anymore. But the man, I remember a game versus New York City FC. He got hurt. Like he needed to come off. The problem was that the Fire were out of subs. So the man literally hobbled for like 20 minutes, trying to play as best as he can. Like, and then I look at Shaqiri, it's the 89th minute. The game's about to end in 5 minutes. And you're here talking about, oh, there might be a little tightness going on. I got to get out of here.
Dude, he was looking.
Well,
he
no,
was thinking
listen,
about
listen.
a Chicago style hot dog. To be honest, that's what he was thinking about. You seen
Well,
how fat he is?
With Shaqiri, here's the thing: Shaqiri can bomb one more place after the Fire before he's at the Last Chance Saloon.
Yes.
Michael Harrington needed to continue to play. You know what I'm saying? Like Shaqiri's got a few more strikeouts before
Yeah.
he's. You know what I'm saying?
He's got one more or two more in England, in Europe for sure.
Don't be surprised if they sell him off to Lugano for like $5 million, like you mentioned. Because either way, at the end of the day, it's just
Lugano, Switzerland.
it's
You
all
did
the same money.
Whoa, you know what? That might have been part of. Think about this. That might have been part of the pitch. It's like, hey, if it doesn't work out for you in the first season, hey, we could always send you back to Lugano in Switzerland. And it's like, Switzerland home, maybe.
He'll play in Turkey or China or somewhere. Or
They're
well,
trying
not
to get
China
for the
anymore, but
big money.
yeah,
big
he'll
money
get
contract.
another. He'll
Lots
get
of
another.
money in
He'll get
Switzerland,
another paycheck. I don't know. Is there?
It's not that Saudi money though. It's not that oil money.
Yeah, all right. It's not. You're right. Like somebody, Turkey, the Saudis, Sheriff, somebody's gonna pay him one more time
Yeah,
before he needs to even prove himself to be a rotation player.
That's true. And
Yeah,
you know what?
and
He's
it's-
going to have great stats on that Wikipedia page for Chicago Fire. 15, 20 games played, 7 goals, 11 assists. Actually pretty good stats.
Well, he wasn't bad. That's the thing. He's given up on the team because there was no team for him to be a part of. Like there
Doesn't
was
that feel
just
weird.
nothing.
It feels so weird after Bastian Schweinsteiger, where he's playing with to be way worse players. Bastian Schweinsteiger had a way worse team around him than Shaqiri did.
You're cutting off really bad, Jamie.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Schweinsteiger, can you hear me right now?
It's cutting off a little bit. It's a little
fuck. Okay,
scratchy.
It's a little crackly.
Go ahead. I'll try to fix something.
Okay. So,
but Schweinsteiger, I don't know, man. I guess I just still have such a bad taste in my mouth for all things German soccer since history's greatest monster, Torsten Frings. I don't know, man. I just didn't love that 17 team. There was not a lot of players on that team to really endure yourself to.
Check.
Corporate.
Oh wow.
Product. Yeah. You know, like he knows how to smile. You know what I mean?
The thing about Schweinsteiger was that the guy knew this was like he was already at his twilight of his career. He was done after his fire. So he made the best of it. He was retired from the German national team. I'll just play for these guys.
I would love to see a guy like that come to MLS and not just be like, yeah, well, we're going to build something here. No, I win trophies in my career, and I'm unfortunately not good enough for the top 5 leagues currently, so I want to come here and win every goddamn trophy I can. None of these guys say it. They're just all, a lot of them are on vacation. Now you do get some who really bust their tail. It's kind of a shame. Look at all the hard work Henry put in to be elite at a time where, the salary cap was probably less than his salary.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Like Robbie Keane in LA.
Exactly. I mean, but they won trophies. They, excuse me. Anyway.
Hello.
Rooney was okay for one season in DC.
Yeah, he was, but he was already done. Yeah, unfortunately, look, he just slid right into coaching, And I like that experiment too, man. Give Wayne Rooney a minute or two to have a couple years at DC.
Yeah. I might be crackly still, guys. Am I?
It's all good, man. Hold on. I'm just gonna say this. Thank you, James, for allowing me to be on. I'm gonna have to run out.
Thank you guys for such a good
conversation. Can I?
Thanks, Theo.
Hey, can I plug something real quick?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Trip and Toke on YouTube. It's like a mix between a Let's Play and a podcast. We did something fun just recently where, the two of us are very different people. And so he gave me a playlist of his top 5 kind of current hip hop songs to listen to and to analyze. And I made him have to sit through 5 songs of deathcore music. So we got 2 really fun episodes out of that. So
sick.
Come check it out.
Check out Trip and Toke's channel. I'll put the link in the description.
All right. Thank you, James. You have a good one, my man.
All right, Toke. Talk to you later. That's FC Neo Tokyo.
Peace.
DPG.
Yo, Dave, you fixed that mic issue?
I don't think I did. I think it's just on Discord. I don't think it affects what people are getting on the YouTube end.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, Tokyo, Neo had a lot of good points. The whole thing, the situation with Ezra, and I think we've been talking about that, is that it's a combination of bad signings and a combination of the fact that he's a first-year coach trying to learn on the job.
Mm-hmm.
And he is coming from the school of Schmetzer, where you stick to one formation and it should work, but for that to work, you need the right players. And when you have a GM like Lagerwey, he can make that possible.
Yes. I don't know if a coach like Vermees makes that possible, but I certainly wouldn't mind seeing.
Vermees will be a good experiment. Let's see what a guy with X amount of money can do.
This guy who's had success in other places, and specifically in
Kansas City, small market. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even mind having Chris Armas here. Maybe Chris Armas can turn around this club.
Chris Armas is an idea, but the amount of the failure he had at Toronto is concerning. But then when you see the failure that Bob Bradley had, I think that's a good thing to point out.
Yeah, it's you also had the guy that you fired before Chris Armas. What's his name? Greg Vanny. It didn't work out for him either.
Is he
Like
out there still?
Isn't he coaching LAFC?
Oh, is he the coach of LAFC? Well, boom.
Because if he's a coach for LAFC and they're having this much success,
Right.
that should tell you what goes on behind the scenes at Toronto. That's probably not working out. So
Something's wrong in Toronto.
yeah, I mean they did sign these 3 players, but even that they couldn't right the ship.
I don't know what it is.
couldn't
For me, it kind of stems with the Michael Bradley, Bob Bradley duo. Even though I would love for both to be in Chicago, I feel like they'd have more success in Chicago because the focus wouldn't be there as much. I don't know. There's like a hyper focus in Toronto on them.
You know, that's this thing. Like I don't know if Bob Bradley even liked being in Chicago.
Yeah, that could be a thing.
He was a New York guy. He was a New York guy, and the fact that he actually quit, or I don't know, he quit the Fire to go join up with the Metro Stars because he wanted to be in New York because he's a New York guy.
Yeah.
So I mean, you don't want that type of guy that's gonna quit like that,
No, you don't need a guy who's ready. You need a guy who's here for the long haul, a guy who wants to help build this. Course correct Chicago.
And that's the thing, is that you might not get that with Bradley. I know, sure as hell, I know Michael Bradley doesn't have any type of loyalty to the Chicago area or Chicago Fire.
There is some. They're familiar with Chicago. They're definitely familiar. I know Michael Bradley's old teacher.
Yeah.
So they definitely have some familiarity with the area, but like you said, the major.
They don't have like that type of loyalty.
The drive.
You might get that with a guy like Jesse Marsh, because I think he's from the area. Yeah, he is from the area. He's from Wisconsin, Kenosha, I think, or Racine. So not too far from Chicago. You might get that with you might even get that with a guy like Chris Armas, who played most of his career in Chicago.
Would you pick Chris Armas as an upgrade over Ezra? I think Chris Armas is an immediate upgrade over Ezra Hendrickson. I think as Chris Armas gets something else out of this team this year.
So my thoughts on Chris Armas is this: he's been in bad situations like in Toronto and thinking and Manchester United, but I think for the most part he might have learned something from all those events, all that situation.
Absolutely.
If I remember correctly, he got fired 10 games into the season with Toronto.
Yes, pretty early.
Pretty early, not. For whatever reason. I mean, he was an assistant to Jesse Marsh. 2 Chicago Fire guys too, by the way.
Yeah. That's why I wouldn't mind getting back in that Jesse Marsh coaching tree.
And that's the thing is, he was with Jesse Marsh in New York. I think he might have even gone to. Did he go to Red Bull Salzburg when Jesse Marsh went to Europe? I'm not sure, but I know he ended up. I don't think he did. I think he ended up going to Toronto. Didn't work out in Toronto. And then somehow he ended up in Manchester United. So you would think, and I think there was even an article of saying that the Manchester United players were like bashing Chris Armas's style and training. Or whatever.
What is it? The new FIFA game is all about it right now. That Coach from America TV show. Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso.
That's what they called him. That's
because I get it. It's like over there. It's maybe the coaching way over there is different than what we have here, and that's fine. Whatever works for them works for them. Whatever works for us works for us. And that might explain why we have so many European coaches that come here and basically crash and burn.
Well, that's a good point. Maybe European coach is not the way to go here in MLS too.
Yeah, because I mean, they might have different expectations. They might be used to different expectations, and to put them in put a coach like that in a situation where you have to work with these restrictions, even though you pretty much coach your whole career without restrictions, that could have an impact on their ability to win. And
and to coach in MLS, you need to be able to coach with restrictions to travel.
Exactly. So an MLS coach, even one that's a former player, would tell you what are the expectations, what are the demands. He can make things happen. He could literally look in those players' eyes and say, you know what, I've been where you guys been at. I've done the things that you guys are doing. I know how to win.
And the thing is, Shaqiri is the guy who's had that type of coach, and then now he's with Ezra. And he's got to look at Ezra, who's got to say, I know how to win. And he's like, you don't know how to win. I won Champions League. You don't know how to win.
Exactly. He's probably like, well, you won MLS Cups, so you think I've been with the best teams in the world. You've been an assistant with LA Galaxy and Seattle and Columbus.
Yeah.
I played, I played in Bayern Munich and Liverpool. Hell, even Stoke City.
Right.
So, and that's the thing. I think a lot of it, like going back, I think a lot of that is he probably got a lot of leeway from Heights. Like, hey, you know what? I'll sign you. Just take it easy, enjoy it. Play the best you can, and that's it. But yeah, I don't think he's coming back. I think we're done with the Shaqiri experiment.
You and Tokyo both think he's gone. I mean, one thing I'm kind of leaning that way too. Like, I just don't see the reason.
And that's the thing. I was like, the guy was more excited to be in Switzerland than hang out in Chicago.
Oh, without a doubt. And Bastian Schweinsteiger, I mean, he didn't check out like that.
No, I think according to someone said in his book, he said that in his book, being in Chicago were like the best years of his career or his life or whatever. So he loved it here apparently. So, and he came to play.
He did.
Schweinsteiger came to play. He was, granted that he was already at that retirement age and he was done with the national team, right. But he still gave an effort. He still put an effort. He still put up an effort. It wasn't like he took it easy or, stuff that Shaqiri might be doing now. But he put an effort in it. I think that's what a lot of Fire fans remember. A guy like that still gave it all his all and retired as a Fire player. But I don't know. We'll see what happens the next couple of days. I know the Fire have a friendly this Saturday against Leon. I don't know what kind of lineup Ezra's gonna put for that team, considering we have all these injuries. I won't be surprised if they use most of the Fire 2 team on there. Which kind of brings up the question: is like, how come we didn't integrate more Fire 2 team guys that were in really good form into the first team? But yeah. All right, James, I think I'm gonna call it a night, man.
All right, DBG.
All right, man. You have a good night.
It'll be a plan. You do as well. Thank you for coming and talking a little Fire with me in Tokyo.
We'll do it next time, all right?
All right, brother.
All right, bye.
Keep it up. That's DPG 10-year season ticket holder. Laying it down. Appreciate them in Tokyo stopping by, talking a little soccer with us. That's amazing, amazing stuff. Tough days to be a Fire fan. Been a tough 20 years. Guys, all right. I'm going to bring in one of my best friends on the planet. Let's see. Slide over into the Discord. Senor Uncle Baldacci. I got Senor Uncle Baldacci here in the chat. What's up, brother?
What's up? You can hear me somehow?
I just clicked into you.
Oh, shoot.
Welcome to the stream. I hear Mrs. Spitting Fire there in the background. Welcome to her.
Jill is here too.
Hello. Chat didn't hear her say hello, but I did. All right, we are in. Let's go. Jill's friend Freddie might be joining us. I don't know. She slid in to yeah, they're playing too. So
Ready coming?
Freddie might be on the way. Get some dubs today. It's a new season.
Yeah, I saw that. The intro was kind of cool.
Doing this Chrome. This interesting.
Going up that hill. Wow.
Oh my god, there's like 14 guys firing on the battleship up here. Oh, I'm getting shots fired. Where are you? There, thanks. Good. Nope. Oh, got him. 105. Nice shot. This high grass is great.
Yeah, yeah.
See ya. Rumba. Not today. Right.
Get over there.
Now, I got 9 kills.
I know, you're going ape shit.
Like, just like, quietly.
Yes. Good shot on that.
On talking a little soccer. Dude, Tommy, I've been thinking about a little about fantasy this year. Our draft next year in our Superflex League is gonna change so much after these first 2 weeks, I think. There's gonna be a reaction.
I think a lot of people tries some things.
Because last two we've played in a Superflex, for context, for the 3 years. This is the 3rd year of the Superflex League that we play in. The league has been together for more than 7 or 8 years, but as a Superflex League, 3 years. And Superflex just changes so much. It makes quarterbacks so much more valuable. I did not get into. I got screwed. And the way it inflates quarterbacks' values makes it very hard for normal fantasy players to sometimes get on board with that.
Yeah. I don't know what Teddy's doing. He's riding with Justin Fields.
Well, Teddy has won the championship with a no QB strategy, but I just don't know how a no QB strategy can win anymore.
Justin Fields.
Yeah, Justin Fields and Mac Jones.
How do you get out of here?
I'm fucked, Tal. 2 guys over here. Oh no, they're teabagging me. They're not. Oh, one of them, dude, runs Russ. One of them is Patrick Mahomes. The other is Batman. Sorry, shouldn't have. I tried to get back to you. I thought you were on top of the ship.
Yeah, I had to bail.
And you bailed, and I still was up there. I made the mistake.
Someone was riding me.
Boom, boom, boom. Where is it? All right. Boom, boom, boom. Making stuff happen. There, boom. Yeah, let's go. All right, you're scoping. We're in a top 5 situation, your top 3 situation. You're sitting solo though. It's just you. You're gonna have to win this by yourself. You got a chance here. You got a golden shoddy. And when it comes down to it, if you can take advantage of a 2v1 and make it a 1v2,
Shit.
Oh.
It's foul.
heal, heal.
How to use this thing?
Vegeta!
I don't know how to use it.
All right, back to
I don't know what
lava.
done.
Turning to Labo. James, do you care if I hop on the Discord chat a little bit about fantasy football? Heck yeah, come on in, Connor. You're chatting with the right people.
James, I'm gonna come in there.
Oh shit, yeah, you'll come into you're gonna come into here, Tommy?
Yeah, why not?
Sure, if you want to, yeah. Then I will have to change a little bit of the setup, but it's pretty easy for me to do. If you're gonna come and sit next to me and you'll chat with people too?
Yeah, why not? We're gonna
All
talk
right.
fantasy and stuff.
Yeah, do you want to bring the Switch with you, or you want to leave it for Jill and we'll just like trade off and stuff?
I'll leave
here?
for. I'll just watch you. Yeah.
All right, cool. Then we'll do that. All right, sounds like a plan. Boom, come on in, Connor. I will meet you over in the chat. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Slight change of pan. I got plan on my YouTube's Discord. Football while playing Fortnite. Boom. All right, Tommy's joining over here. Boom, boom, boom. Let's manage that. Pick that. Before we move over to fantasy football. ESPN. So what do you guys play on for fantasy football? We play on ESPN. We've heard Sleeper's good. We've heard Yahoo, CBS. And I've also heard they all suck. All of them. Every single one has its problems, has its issues. Right? So keep that in mind when dealing with them. But we play over on ESPN. Been treating us well. For the many years we've been using it. Yeah, so we play in a super flex league. Oh boy, is it? See what Amos is doing. Amos is in about. Boom, boom, boom. They got a lot remaining, so we will slide out for now. Right? How do I do that? How do I leave? That's how I gotta click. Bam. So, chat. Uncle Tommy, welcome to the party.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen?
All right, all right, all right. Let me clear up some stuff here. Yeah. Oh, no worries. Let me this. Let's get music going so I could hear this, so I know what we're hearing is what we're hearing. And Hello, hello. What? All right, I'm back. All right, we're back. All right, so Tommy, I'm just keep my headphones on, but or at least on one ear. Yeah, microphone's all back on. Good to go. Bam. Do you have an iPad? Yeah. You want to grab that iPad and you could use that for fantasy, looking at fantasy stuff. Bam, bam, bam. We are back in business briefly. So I slowed down the music. Let's. I think you guys can hear me, right? Background sound off. Yeah, I definitely don't put that on. Can you guys hear me? Hello. Another dimension, 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 another dimension. I mean, now, yeah, wait, don't you tell me to smile. You stick around and make it worth your while. All right, hopefully, chat. You guys can hear me? I hear you. Sorry, that sounded like a no, dude. Sorry, you can hear us. That's a us problem, and I'm glad you helped solve it. Appreciate it there, Angus McQuarter. I love Angus's.
Angus is the guy.
Yeah, he's Archduke McQuarter. Mr. Roboto. So talk a little fantasy football, hang out, and also play and talk a little betting, a little NFL, a little Fantastico. Try and get you in on over here. Good people of the world.
Oh, I'm good here in the corner.
See Uncle Tommy. There we go. Cheers, brother. Welcome to the stream. First two-man stream. So, Uncle Tommy here is a legend on the strip. They actually watch him when he comes to Vegas. He's on a strict VIP list. Like, they walk in, they're like, oh, Uncle Tommy. They don't know his last name. But they know Uncle Tommy. And he walks into the casinos and they say right this way. And where do they take him? To the sports tables. Sports gambling area. The book. And do they show him the odds that the public sees? Nay, nay. His own personal odds that he sets himself. He says, these are the odds.
I draw the line.
So, fantasy football. What would you say is your favorite football league? Because you play in two.
Playing a few, yeah.
What is your favorite? Do you like our Superflex, or would you say it's not as good as the other ones, or you kind of like playing in two for that reason? And
yes.
Or my other final question would be, the final one would be, if you could only choose one, what would you play it? So both. Watch. I mean, encapsulate all of that.
I like the Superflex League. I didn't like the 2 quarterback thing at first, but once you realize that it is like fair, you don't have to get 2 quarterbacks if you don't want. I started enjoying it a lot more because my thing was I liked that it made it the only thing I disliked, I should say, is that I would complain that you couldn't. It didn't require you to draft tight end.
No, our league totally did away with tight ends. That's one wrinkle that we've actually thought about resolving or playing with making tight ends cost or provide a 1.5 multiplier on tight ends, and also
increase their worth,
but not making them required. We have a wide receiver / tight end position. We play 2 of them, and we play 2 running backs, 1 flex, 1 super flex, and 1 quarterback, including the kicker and the defense. But how that works out, one thing I've thought about is, what about more flexes, less rigid running back and wide receiver, which we've done before, but we did that before we did the super flex.
Yeah.
We actually did a 4 flex league one year with 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, and then like a whole bunch of flex positions.
So you could have drafted like 5 running backs and play them all. In this league, I would not do that.
In our current league.
Yeah, the NFL is just the wide receiver league. Right?
Let's talk more about that in a little bit, because I want to shelve that very topic, because I definitely have such a pin to such a whoopee cushion to unload on that one.
Okay.
But so the Super League, so you've been enjoying the Superflex.
I have.
What about, and you're saying about it was hard. It grew on you pretty quickly though.
It grew on me because, like I said, I didn't like, because it was like there's only 3 tight ends in the league that are worth grabbing, and I kind of liked that because it made
that we
you
did away
give
from
up.
tight ends.
Well, yeah, no, before I kind of liked that it required you to get one of those 3.
Oh, that would kind of even out the
frees
draft.
up a good running back for like your 25th pick or whatever.
Right.
You know?
Because somebody's chasing Kelsey.
They're getting
Mark Andrews.
Kelsey. Yeah, exactly. So I liked that. But oh, he's got the nice.
I'm playing duo solo.
Oh, Jesus. But I do enjoy it now. I do like to do. I like the.
I only have
It
one
makes
bullet.
it fun. That's sick. It worked. It makes it fun that we have people reach for Josh Allen in the first round because there's only so many good quarterbacks.
In our league, yes.
And that allowed me at position 12, so I get 2 picks. Cooper Kupp and Stephon Diggs dropped to me.
So you did something interesting,
Those were my first.
which
picks
I think
for
was
wide
probably the wise thing to do there, right? So the top 8 running backs are already off the board by the time it comes to you.
receiver. Like 2 of the right now, Stephon Diggs is number 1 in the league, and Cooper Kupp is number 2.
Yeah, you were asking me like, if you think about trade, I'm like, my trade starts with Stephon Diggs for my team, and you won't like that, so I'm like, I don't know, trade.
Right, that's
For-
the hard part.
That's a
of
hard
trading.
one for me. When I look at your team, like I have Josh Allen, so I'm looking
Getting
for that.
Stephon Diggs pair, yeah.
I'm looking for that
Oh
double.
my God!
threat.
Last week you would have had 100 points,
Well, I have Gabe Davis, so I have the second rate.
I like
second rate
that.
pairing, right?
and he's still going to be good because he was injured a little bit, so he'll recover.
So what's interesting about my wrinkle for my team, I have Kyler Murray as my second quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I went as a 2 quarterback strategy, drafted my first 2 quarterbacks right away. First, second picks, bam. Kind of surprised a lot of people. A lot of people didn't see it coming, but by the time that second round came around, where they expected to get their quarterback, what was available?
Second round,
So what did you end up going? You didn't get a quarterback till the 3rd round. So what was
I
available?
didn't get a quarterback till I think later than that. I'll
Oh,
pull it
wow.
up right now.
But you also got very lucky.
I drafted him. You're right, 3rd round, 37.
3rd round, you got him.
Oh wait, yeah, 37.
Who'd you get 3rd round?
I got Derek Carr.
Took Derek Carr in the 3rd round.
Yeah,
He's probably the 8th or the.
and then I went back getting like running backs and wide receivers. I just wanted one that I thought was gonna be good because he got Devontae Adams.
You just traded out your quarterback
I
today.
had
too.
Daniel Jones. He's terrible. That was who I ended up with. I probably got him like in the 7th or something like that. So I just traded him for Jimmy G because Trey Lance the season. So
So do any of your other leagues do FAB, free agent acquisition budget?
nope, only ours.
And
I like it. I like it a lot. It makes you think, but I also like the strategy of just go spend the majority of it on somebody that
early in the time,
yeah,
early in
you're gonna see. Week 2, you could see who's gonna be good, who's gonna be not.
if you're gonna if you have FAB, I'm spending 75% of my FAB in the first 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah. I
And
think even less than that. We did it in 2.
And well, you and I did, and
Yeah.
I think we made the right move.
Yeah, because you know what? I spent $71. I think I got Jimmy G for.
And you made sure. The thing is, the great thing is the night before you're walking. It's one of the greatest. It's one of the greatest nights outside of the draft is that FAB big spend.
That Fab Day, yeah.
That big FAB day, Fabness. It's almost like Fab Christmas in a way.
It's fabulous.
And it was definitely fabulous. But like the night before, I wasn't sure I was gonna get him, but I was like, but I'm gonna put in a pretty confident bid and I felt like I had not a league winner, but this is talent that when is this coming back up on the waiver wire? When is this type of
You
talent?
got Samuel, I think. You spent like $50 on.
I went and got I got Curtis Samuel for $30.
And I put 25 on him.
I put $32 on him.
Yeah. I put 25.
I thought
I'd get him.
I thought here's how I'll tell you about how I feel about Curtis Samuel in just 1 second, because my other guy was Jeff Wilson.
Yep.
Stabbed
Yep.
for 50 bones. Went and grabbed him. I really like it.
He had 2 good weeks.
Just a good 49ers running back, and Shanahan, he's his number 1 guy. But back to Curtis. Dude's talent. Dude's Debo Samuel light. Does some running. Also very much a part of their offense 2 years ago. Was supposed to be a super big part of their offense last year, but suffered such a catastrophic injury that early on in the season they're getting warmed up that he didn't make it past week 1 really or something like it fell apart. And the injury was really bad that everybody was like, oh, they tried coming back and it didn't work out. But the dude was a super stud the year before, had over 1,000 yards combined between rushing and catching.
He's a madman.
Debo Light. And so
Debo Light, yes.
well, I thought, like, you know, seeing the usage that he had from Carson Wentz, guys,
Dude.
has had good years. Like, he's got something to prove too with the way that they moved on from him with Matt Ryan. Like, I think that was the wrong move for the Colts. They should have stuck with Carson Wentz for one more year. He's younger. He's he's just got so much more going for him than
And with Pittman now,
than Matt Ryan,
Now
who's
they got
at
Pittman on
the end of
Colts.
he's at the end of his rope.
And they got Pittman now in Indianapolis.
I have Pittman. I love and
I like him a
I
lot.
like him a lot. But so wait, who was the guy I was talking about?
Wentz.
So Carson Wentz, I like his options. Terry McLaurin is his number 1, and I really saw Samuel as his number 2 because the way his involvement was. They're getting him touches in addition to targets. If he's getting between 2 to 4 or 5 touches a game just on the running game, plus 6, 7 targets, do the math. That's huge for fantasy football. Fantasy football is about opportunity. It's not just about what you're on the field. It's about how you're involved in the offense and the opportunity, and also how your quarterback thinks about you. And so you got to weigh a lot of those types of things in. When I look at guys week to week, I just don't see the fantasy score points that they're out there. I actually try to envision their opportunities and their opportunity potential. So when I see Jeff Wilson, I'm seeing 8 to 12 rushes. You follow? He's going to get 8 to 12 rush attempts against the Broncos defense, which I'm a little afraid of. But those 8 to 12 rushes, 3 of them might come within 5 yards of the goal line. They don't have Trey Wentz. They don't have Trey Lance anymore. Yes, they have Juszczyk, who can maybe vulture. Yes, they have, but Jeff Wilson, if you look at his past,
He's the guy.
he's put up 100-yard, 2-touchdown games before that were anomalous at the time, but maybe they weren't because Shanahan's running system is a good running system. And they have some of the best blockers in the game.
They've been a running offense.
So that's why I believe in Jeff Wilson. Curtis, and I believe he's, in addition to just Wentz getting he's included in the offense. So I was like, bam, I could spend a big chunk of money on that. And when I looked at last year, Uncle Jay, who worked out for him, he did something similar. First week, he went and got Elijah Mitchell. It didn't. Some people say, "Oh, that didn't work out." No, it did work out. It worked in most weeks. It worked out. Like he got a 49ers running back, the 49ers running back, and when he played, he produced. He also got a good receiver. He got Mike Mother Truckin' Williams.
Oh, that was insane. I can't believe we did.
So I'm not saying Curtis is going to be Mike Williams, but I was seeing profit. I was seeing value, and this second week I feel like I got the value I paid for. He put up 20 points, Curtis.
Yep.
So which is huge. Jeff Wilson also put up my second most running back points. Huge.
James has the best team in our league.
But I'm 1-1 at the moment.
1-1, but he's the league leader in points. So if he played the number 1, he got the second most points in the league last week.
No, I was number 1 last week.
Not last week, or this week.
Number 1 last week, and I was
This
number
week,
6
he was
this
number.
week.
I thought you were number 2.
Number
I thought you
6.
still put up 150.
Oh shit, maybe I did put up
I
a
think you
little.
put up 150. You just played Elliott, who put up 163.
Yeah, I did not.
So you would have beat any other team in the league. That's why you're 1-1.
I thought I put up a little less. 130. See, yeah, I put up 6 most.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking your.
I put up top 6 numbers. But what's interesting, another wrinkle in our league that we added, top 7 teams in our 12-man league make the playoffs.
Oh yeah.
But of those, the top 6 are the top 6 teams. The 7th team is a actual wild card, and it's awarded to the team with the most points for of those eligible teams. So you could be the 12th place team because of record, and you still could end up in the playoffs if you stacked up those points, which makes losing a very different feeling this year. Like if you lose but with points, you're like, Well, I lost, but I lost with points.
Yeah, like Jeff's 0-2, and he's second in the league with points.
Exactly. So he lost, but he lost with points.
Yep.
And that's huge if you lose with points. So at least you're in that leaderboard. You're in the running for that wild card
Because
position.
after this week, if he goes 1-2, he goes straight to the top of all the 1 and 2.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean?
and the trajectory of course changes, and also he could go on a tear. He's got a very powerful team too. What's interesting about Jeffrey's team and my team, we were both the two teams that went to quarterbacks in the first 2 picks in our Superflex league, in a league where quarterbacks are prioritized, and also in a time where I think it's time to get into it, where running backs are. It's time to value running backs less, even
Yes.
though the cliff falls off quicker than it does for wide receivers. There's actually a gap developing at the top end of wide receivers, that the fall off from the top end wide receivers to the middle wide receivers is actually even bigger.
The gap is?
Yes, you have Cooper Kupp
Mm-hmm.
and Stephon Diggs.
Right.
The gap between them and Gabe Davis is insane. And
Is
Gabe
that what-
Davis is a top 18 receiver.
So you're saying that like they go the really good ones go quick.
Yes, Gabe Davis, I'm seeing, is going to put up he could put up between 8 to 22 points over the season. I'm seeing that's kind of like what I'm seeing. Diggs, his floor was like 18 points,
Yeah.
and then his ceiling could be 30
Last week.
plus. Like it's just like,
3 touchdowns.
so those upper echelon receivers, that is huge, and getting those types of players on your team is huge. But what's different in a super flex league is getting that talent to your team, because quarterbacks now, having 2 of them, it's 2 30-point producers if you get it right.
If you get it right, yeah, 20 plus, I would say.
20 plus. Right.
Yeah. I do want to say you have no idea how much fun I had watching. So I was losing this week. I was projected to lose. I was down 17 with going into Monday night's game, and Stephon Diggs putting up 3 touchdowns and like 100 and some yards, and I just crept up and I ended up beating him by over 20. And I was down 17.
Introducing our friend to the league who's new to the super flex league.
Yeah.
Who was very confident that they'd have success. I mean, success will still come. It could still come.
Week 2, yeah.
It's only week 2. But I think we do have a lot of good information in week 2. But next week will really kind of, you have a good chunk of season data to be able to make decisions. 3 weeks of data is so much data to be able to make decisions. But of course, in the world of NFL, everything's always changing. People elevate, people drop. How do you feel about this Henderson situation? And we still didn't even break into running backs and why running backs. I think that we should start prioritizing wide receivers and quarterbacks.
Yep. Always. You're talking about Darrell Henderson?
Yeah, but we'll get it. So Darrell Henderson versus
Akers.
I think Henderson's the guy.
I think he's the guy. He's got to be the guy. They keep talking about Akers, and I just don't think it's going to happen.
I just don't think it's going to happen.
Nope. Don't think so.
And what's different in Jacksonville is I feel the opposite. I do feel that Robinson is the guy. 18 is a little bit smaller. He's faster, but Robinson's still the guy.
I think Robinson's the guy.
Yeah.
Not a lot out of McCaffrey.
Do you think he's a trade target? Would you trade for Tim?
Yes, immediately.
So
I would trade McCaffrey for an all-star quarterback. Or
hold on. So let me
wide
put it this.
receiver.
So are you trading away? Or are you trading for? Are you targeting him as a buy low candidate?
I'm
or a
trading
sell high
away
candidate?
to get something that you're lacking. You need a wide receiver. You need a quarterback that's decent. I would trade McCaffrey away.
So you don't want a full season of McCaffrey. You want a full season of Derrick Henry.
Don't.
I do.
I think he's coming.
I think he's coming.
I think
Derrick Henry is a
He's
notorious late
Bloomer.
notorious late bloomer. He is one I would take that type of bet on. Tannehill. What do you feel about Tannehill after that stinker?
I don't even think about him.
Guys have to think about Tannehill.
I don't. Never snag him.
I think
I guess
he's
it
going to
depends
be
who
the
you
guy.
have. I guess it depends on who.
I think he's going to be the guy, and I think he'll get it right.
Dude, Tennessee just.
They do, but I like Vrabel, the coach. I like him there. There's a lot to like in Tennessee, but
Yeah.
they're missing something. Them losing AJ Brown
That's huge.
really took the biggest bite out of their offense. Now
That's huge.
Tannehill does look a little like he's lost his teddy bear.
Not good.
He wasn't
Don't
good to
think he's
begin with. He's okay. he was serviceable, but maybe he lost his serviceability because that lost his teddy bear.
I don't have a single.
So Angus is a big he does fantasy baseball, which is we know is more intense. Didn't you do fantasy baseball?
No, I did hockey, but
It's-
baseball and hockey, it's just like too
They're
much.
very similar because it's like daily in a
Daily,
way.
you gotta like watch everything.
Angus saying that most fantasy leagues that I have played in any sports seem to use random numbers. What do you mean by that? Like random numbers for like the suggested score? I feel like we and ESPN have gotten better. They're like we've gotten better at predicting fantasy in many places. It definitely seems to be a trend. Like
Or what?
more people are familiar with fantasy, and so the more people that get familiar with fantasy, more learn strategy.
The harder it gets.
The harder it gets.
Your opponents know what they're doing.
Because it truly does. It does seem like everybody does have a better idea. Even the people in our league who might not seem like they're crazy diehards, they always have a chance, and they always seem to show up.
And they do research.
We don't see it, but everybody's always doing their little
They're
research.
doing it, yeah, behind closed doors.
But with for random numbers, I when I look at some of the scores, what I heard this to speak to that. One of the guys I listened to for football was talking about how the way that some of these sites rank players, like Fantasy Pros, and how they go about ranking players that he would be starting, but they have sitting, and then sometimes they have players that he would be for sure sitting, and they have in their ranks because of just the potential that they maybe get in there and score, so they have to have them in their ranks in a certain place. So for amalgamation purposes, for like the way when they amalgamate all the scores, put it all together, and kind of to try and game the code so they get a better set of results, so they end up closer with more points and get rewarded for having the better set of predictions, rather than saying, "Oh, don't start J.K. Dobbins this week. Don't even bother." So, but those guys will include J.K. Dobbins in their top 50. And so it's interesting. I wonder about that with fantasy points. And sometimes these guys are reaching. Sometimes they're like, oh, these guys are at a certain tier, or so they'll be here. I also wonder, or maybe it's more about what I think it is. It's about opportunity. A lot of these guys have their opportunity ideas or ranks, and they're like, well, I think this guy's going to get more opportunity than this guy. So if I'd rather have play this guy for his level of opportunity over this guy. There's so many different ways to go about the ranking.
Tough to read, especially this.
Old lacking data, and it's like you want to include some of last year's data, but what can you really include?
Attention to what changed.
Paying attention to what changes.
Even like they lose a couple really good all-star linemen, offensive linemen that running.
Well, sometimes they'll say, "Oh, we added this guy," and they expect things to be better, and it's not better. Well, what happened with Tua? What the heck happened with Tua? Because Tua's a different player.
Okay, wait. This is a good conversation
Right?
to have. I want to see where you stand.
So something happened
about
with Tua.
Did he have a freak week, or is he something to watch?
He's something to watch for sure.
He's got targets.
You gotta watch what he's gonna be doing next week, and if he shits the bed next week, then maybe we have a better idea of what he is, right? But if he does anything close to what he did this week,
Tyreek Hill and Watt. They're the same person, same height, same. Very fast. I just don't trust his arm.
the knock on him is that he hasn't been able to throw far.
He got his first touchdown that was over 20 yards. Last week.
Hasn't been able to throw far, and doesn't sometimes. And people are the new thing is, oh, he throws lefty, so we don't like the way he throws.
Yeah.
And then you show him throwing righty. They do like a little
They do a
rewind
mirror.
video, and it looks. People say, oh, it looks amazing. I'm like, I don't see what they're seeing.
It's the same video if you think.
I don't see what they're seeing. Like I'm like, you guys are okay.
If you play it the other way, it looks good.
But what's interesting about pointing out is that not a lot of lefties in the league. I mean, outside of Mike Vick, right? There's not a lot of lefties that have had success in NFL.
So Angus is saying, for example, a stolen base in baseball too low in value.
Well,
Okay,
that
so-
comes down to the scoring of the
You
league.
could do that though. The commissioner of your league can increase. A
They
stolen
should.
base is important.
That's another thing that we've tried to function with too.
Yeah, we've missed.
We've messed with our league points and really tried to hone it in to get it to a good spot. We go outside opinion, but then also we had to experiment. We're like, oh, what's it gonna look like? What's the points gonna bear out?
We're a half-point PPR.
We are a half point PPR for that
I like
reason.
that a lot better.
We are a half point PPR for that
The
reason.
guy
It just-
didn't get a whole point.
it
for catching
blends the
ball
running
and
backs,
going
the
up.
wide receivers, and the quarterbacks all into it much better when you look at the top 50 players. And that, of course, changes the way the draft goes. Uh-oh, my guy's not. I gotta go help him. Coming, buddy! Don't hurt Smokey, bud. I'm coming for you, Hop. Kill him. Coming. See ya!
Get the first shot.
I should have done it too. Should have done it. This is better. All right, let's get my buddy alive. On my way. On my way. Boom. Go, Smokey Bud. We have a guest. Yeah, we have my buddy Uncle Tommy. Betting extraordinaire. You're saying you have some betting tips?
You have some betting tips. Thursday.
Who's playing? It's Cleveland.
And Steve.
That'd be a game you want to watch.
No. I think
Yeah.
Steelers lost. Did you just get into it?
Yeah, go for it. Oh shit! I'm getting attacked by a wolf. Welcome back, Smokey.
All right. Well, Cleveland's gonna win. Pittsburgh's on the road. And they don't know if Trubisky's. They're starting to talk about putting Kenny Pickett in.
I've heard that. They're already thinking that way, but they made Trubisky a captain, but he's incapable of putting together 200 yards of offense.
So the line is at 191.5, and I was like, I would smash the under on yards for Trubisky because he could potentially get taken out of the game
Yeah.
for Kenny Pickett, but
Yeah.
191 is really low, and it was too hard for me to actually put that
Whoa,
bet.
no,
so
you
I
could.
didn't.
Can't you smash an under on like 220 or something?
Yeah, you could probably. Yeah, you can do an alt. You can do an alternate line for him, but it probably wouldn't pay that much if you higher than that. For
Right.
him. So, but what I did is I parlayed Cleveland winning.
I mean, they probably got him down for like $1.70, $1.50. I mean,
Oh, dude, yeah, he might not even play the full game.
right.
But I parlayed Cleveland winning the game and covering the spread, which was 4.5. I have all the payouts here for any combination of these because I do really believe that Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt are going to score a rushing touchdown. But if you don't want to get too risky, I would pick one or the other. And I think that Najee Harris is going to get a touchdown this week. He hasn't done it yet, but like I said, they don't know the quarterback situation in Pittsburgh, so I think this week is his opportunity.
How's it get on?
Some hell. Help him more.
We got him.
Got him.
Nice. Woo. Nice, Smokey Bud. Oh, we got a little pig friend.
I did
back,
one
come
weird
on.
one.
Thanks, bro.
I think that Cleveland. Oh, I like the Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt for this reason. They lost T.J. Watt. Corn pack.
TJ Watt gone. That's definitely gonna hurt
gone.
you.
That's gonna hurt him. And the other thing was Cleveland is the #1 run offense in the league right now. They play 55% of the snaps. They're not #1. I shouldn't say that.
Cleveland.
They-
the thing
they
that
run
people
the
forget,
most.
Cleveland's got a great defense. They really
They do
do.
have a great defense.
Miles Garrett is just like the heart and
Insane.
soul.
Yeah.
He causes problems. He's a problem causer. And when you have that guy, they have to circle him. They start there. Problem is, it's a Thursday night game. Who's
Thursday night
getting up
games
for
freaks
it?
happen.
Who's getting up for it?
Mm-hmm. The only other thing I did was the Browns are gonna cover 2.5 by halftime. They're gonna be winning.
With Jacoby Brissett as quarterback?
Yep.
Like, and who's going quarterback for?
I don't. That's why I'm thinking this is going to be a huge Chubb. And
Do we think
Kareem
it's?
Hunt
Oh, it's gonna be Trubisky, but we're thinking, who's Kenny Pickett might get a shot.
Yeah, but I'm just staying away from both of them. I'm staying away from their wide receivers as well. That's why I think Najee Harris is going to have a big.
Yes, I don't think they're pivoting away from Mitch anytime soon yet.
Right, but there's just the fact that that's in talks leads me to believe. they don't
But who's
trust him to
talking
throw.
about it though? Who's talking about
The
it?
team. The team is like we might throw Kenny Pickett.
Oh, the team is saying it. I thought it was the media.
Well, yeah, them too, but there's talks amongst the offensive coordinator. It's
Damn.
not good. He can't advance.
Then
the
why do
ball.
you make that guy captain? It just like that confuses me.
Yeah, you're right. That fact alone, he's probably not going to get. But
How do you
I
replace your
think run
captain?
week.
Like
I just
that?
think run week.
That's
I
so
think
hard.
run week. Najee Harris doesn't have a touchdown yet.
True.
I think it's time. He's due.
Najee is definitely due. Do you think Najee struggles all season long in this offense?
Not all season. He's going to have big.
After having
He's going to get
success,
big boom bust. Right?
I mean, he had success in with a Big Ben could not throw.
Mm-hmm.
Like he could throw not as far as Mitch Trubisky, and yet,
Not as good.
but still, he has this. The offense is having more problems. They also seem to want to get the ball in the Chase Claypool's hands.
That's true.
Deontay Johnson, I like. I'm not. They have the rookie receiver, Stills or something.
Oh yeah.
And I wouldn't worry about him. I wouldn't worry about any of those Pittsburgh throws. I wouldn't. Trevor Lawrence, but outside of Kirk, I'm not really worried about anybody there. Has Trevor Lawrence taken that step forward that you
Yeah,
expected?
week two they like him. Did a good week two. Showed improvement. Top guy, but
Why do these fantasy people believe in Justin Fields as a fantasy guy?
no,
He's the new Trey Lance now for them. He's like, oh yeah, he's like Trey Lance. He'll run and he'll have fantasy success. I'm like, he can run. He can have fantasy success.
it's the plays that they're calling. He gets so frustrated watching. He's stupid as.
Damn it. Cut down in my prime. Careful, Smokey Bud. Rip City up here. No, my crown. No, I picked up somebody's crown.
Oh,
Do you want to try it on the keyboard? I think I get some puzzles. No, it's different than the old.
oh.
I think next year, a lot of teams in our league are going to change, and they're going to go quarterback first round. I don't know why you don't. To me, I just don't know why you don't go quarterback.
All right, I have something to admit. I didn't think it was ever going to happen, but if it did, if Josh Allen somehow everybody went back to the traditional way of drafting.
Yeah.
If he did drop, I was gonna do Allen did.
Oh, of course.
You know,
If you could.
yeah, if it happened.
There is no way Allen's dropping there in
I know.
our league. In that league, I gotta say this.
If Allen was gone, I was gonna do Herbert Diggs. You know, not a duo, but still amazing. That didn't happen either. So then when I saw Cooper Kupp fall, and like the only quarterbacks that were worth like getting Diggs and an amazing quarterback gone already.
I think this is one of the new draft strategies for next season for our Superflex. It's going to be QB or QB's wide receiver stack.
Yeah.
So say you get put top QB's wide receiver stack, top QB stack. So like say you get Josh Allen. I don't know if Diggs will be there in that second round, but that's where you got him right there at the first pick of the second round.
Yeah, I mean he fell anybody that was within the first. I mean
Devontae Adams I'd take, but
I picked
I'm not taking him with Carr. I don't need to
No.
pair him with Carr.
I took Diggs over Adam.
Yeah.
Adams was there too.
I'd rather have Diggs plus Josh. I'm about these double stacks. Dude, these double stacks are just.
It is a good combo.
It
funny,
makes you
in my other
win
league-
weeks more.
In my other league, you're not going to believe that both of these guys were still there. But remember, it's a standard, only one quarterback on flex. On the waiver wire, I picked up, I just stacked Curtis Samuel, Carson Wentz. My other league. They were both there.
You just picked up a stack.
They were both there. They were both there. No one picked up.
That's
Curtis
a great stack.
No one picked up Carson Wentz.
That's a great stack. You're not going to get Terry McLaurin, but you're going to get
Nope,
the number
he's
2,
good, yeah.
who's just as involved.
Yep.
It was at least just involved. In 2 weeks of data, we really like what we see. So another thing that's been looked into fantasy-wise is garbage time points. Valuable, not valuable. What do you guys think? Garbage time points?
I would think
You want a guy who gets garbage time points?
it's scary, but yeah, right? It's scarier, but I think so.
You do not want a guy who gets
No?
garbage points. Who-
Yeah,
not
because
want that.
he might just get stuck by.
You do not want that guy because typically they're getting their points later on. It's typically after everything has been stymied,
Yeah, you're right. Garbage points should just be.
and also
the
it's
unlucky part.
also a future indicator of failure, of struggles.
It means the offense.
Yeah, there's future indicator of struggles in the offense, and that type of thing might happen more and more and more. Not to rely on them.
Right.
So, and another thing that Jack brought to us was, everybody just keeps getting smarter as fans.
It is.
Is
It's
that
crazy.
it's this idea of the boom bust player, which is something we've always thought of. You know, when it's hard to internalize the concept of the boom bust consistency player. Looking at players as what they kind of are as a type,
Right.
and what they can provide you, ceiling versus floor, or what level of opportunity is. Like I could see Jeff Wilson, 12 touches, he could score 3 touchdowns.
He could.
He's done it before
Yeah.
on
he's
12 touches.
Goal line threat.
Goal line threat, exactly. So because of what the data shows, he's goal line threat, gets in there, gets touches. So all those things impact my decision making.
I think the biggest one for me, when I went from an okay fantasy football player to a decent one, was when I learned how important. I mean, this is going back 6-7 years. I didn't know the league very well when I started, but I think target share was the biggest thing. That learning put me as an 8 to 12th place player to possibly, 1 through 8. Just like, is that player going to even get the ball? Is so important. So important. Like Darrell Henderson and Akers is so tough right now.
It
They
is.
split share.
Let's talk about that. I'm in a position where I'm looking at Darrell Henderson versus Jeff Wilson as my running back 2.
Right.
Jeff Wilson, I know he's going to get 8 to 12 opportunities, maybe one catch one pass because he can do that too. Against Denver, who's a decent to good defense. They're a good defense,
Are they?
let's
I
say.
thought-
And they're at Denver, so it's at Mile High.
Okay.
So it's even a harder place to
Oxygen.
run. Harder place to run. So that's actually making me want to lean away from Jeff Wilson, but they're going to lean on Jeff Wilson because Jimmy Garoppolo's there now. He's coming in after Trey Lance, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. So and plus, Shanahan's a running system. So I'm looking at Jeff Wilson, and I'm also looking at Darrell Henderson, who I think he's the number 1 back. Stats already show he's the number 1 back for the Rams.
Yeah.
But
Akers
last
hasn't done
week
anything.
they played around and they gave Akers a good amount of carries too, but Akers' success was not there. Henderson's was, so you ride the hot hand, it's going to be Henderson. This brings me to my biggest question here though, and it's like, how much do we rely on ESPN projections versus our own guys' projections? Because I have 1 or 2 guys' sites that I'll go to theirs and I check their projections, where they have guys ranked. And if those guys are ranked, but they have lower projections, maybe I will play those guys. So because I trust my guys more than ESPN's. Do you find yourself doing that often?
Yes,
How often?
I hate paying attention to ESPN's projection.
So you
And I
almost
do-
put a
I
blinder
still
over it.
do.
Or you do
No,
put you
I
do.
still do, but I hate that I do because it's never close.
It is close 75% of the time.
You think so? Mine, it's like I'm projected to smash the team and I lose.
Statistically,
I'm projected to
actually
get
incredible.
smashed and I win.
It's actually incredible. ESPN is
Pretty accurate.
let's see,
They're not like Vegas with
ESPN
with the betting
fantasy
line. Somehow they get it every time.
accuracy. Like it was 75%. Let's see how recent this one. I thought Akers got 15 and Henderson. So it's just 2014
last game, 3 in game 1.
And he got 15 last game. He out-touched
Henderson,
which is why people are scared of Henderson this week. But I actually think you could go to Henderson this week.
Still got 10. He went 13 and 10.
Oh yeah, he got 10.
So he has 23 so far after game 2, and Akers has 15. 10 week 3, 18.
Here we go. Are you smarter than ESPN?
That's why it's so scary to play either one. 23.
Okay, I got this. Are you smarter than ESPN by Alex Cates? Every fantasy player likes to think they're an expert, and some actually are. But this belief in our knowledge or our gut feelings leads us to make lineup decisions against ESPN's recommended starting lineup. So today, I wanted to explore whether or not fantasy players are actually smarter than ESPN. So to do this, I pulled data from 500 public leagues from 2019, giving me information on almost 60,000 lineups. We can go through and retrospectively look at how many points the actual starting lineup scored versus the number of points the lineup would have scored if the fantasy manager had followed ESPN's projections perfectly. We can look at the raw percent and percent differences between the two outcomes to produce the distribution below.
Cool.
So it kind of looks like a cross with a little more extension with one way and a little thinner the other way.
Actual score, again, lineup versus difference across the point total difference. Actual. So does it lean?
So let's see, in both graphs, the inner thick lines.
Oh, actual scores on the left
represent a box
ESPN's
plot,
lineups
and the
on
white down in the
right.
medium. So ESPN is pretty accurate. As we
Right
can,
on the line.
as we can see,
right on the line.
as we can see above, we as fantasy manager community are not smarter than ESPN. In fact, ESPN's projected lineup outscores the coaches 75% of the time. About.
Whoa.
I was telling you, I said 75 was that, and what I thought I saw was a few years ago, and this is a few years ago. So who knows if this is the same? But 75% of the time, ESPN's projected lineup outscores the other coach's expected lineup. Think about it. So 25% of the time, they're wrong.
So look at the next sentence. On average,
ESPN outscored the fantasy manager about
95%.
About 95% as much as ESPN suggested.
So they dropped 5% off, right? It's a weird sentence, but it makes sense.
Yeah, let me read this. On average, ESPN outscored the fantasy manager, scoring about 95% as much.
It's saying ESPN's better.
Oh, so when ESPN puts out their stats, they were getting a lot of points, right? And so
they were getting 5% more than the manager,
typically,
right?
So at the very least, most managers would be better off if they listened to ESPN.
Yeah.
You may be thinking that this doesn't apply to you.
Yeah, and I don't.
that you are good at fantasy football and you know what you are doing and can beat ESPN. And that may very well be true. 25% of the managers do on any given week. But we can start to explore this by separating out our point difference by final standing.
Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. You might beat them 1 week or 2 weeks. Or you might have made the right move. Like I put Carson Wentz in instead of Tom Brady and it worked for me.
You take over for this next sentence while
We would expect better fantasy managers, those who can choose the better starting lineups compared to ESPN, would finish with a better season. We can see the box plots of the point differences below, both on a weekly and season
let's
basis.
take a closer look at this.
So yeah, you beat them a couple of weeks, but
holy shit, though. They beat you 75% of the time. You want to make the playoffs?
listen to
It's just like,
You got a 75% better chance.
and now here's also becomes a statistical anomaly too, is because like, what if 20% of the time, like I'm gonna go against him? That creates another statistical anomaly against you.
Yeah.
That maybe could either further dig you in the hole or could get you out of it. That 20, literally, if you make 2 decisions against ESPN, it could either hurt you or help you. That's where it comes in. That's
how many you do.
It's how many
That
types.
changes the percentage.
That's where I think it comes down to, like where you are making your choices to go against ESPN's rating too.
Yeah.
So I'm in this position where I'll tell you this. I'm looking at Alan Lazard. I think Alan Lazard's gonna be stud rest of the season.
Green Bay's gonna turn it on.
He's Aaron Rodgers' #1 guy.
Yeah, and the other guy.
No, and the other guys are not good. Sammy Watkins is he's molting his snakeskin. It's over. But Alan Lazard's #1 guy. It says questionable. Yeah, they're just nursing him back to health from his little leg bruise he's got on his foot, and they have him pegged at 7.9 points. Internally, I'm looking at him the same way I'm looking at Curtis Samuel. I have him pegged at 10 points. I'm like, he's #1 guy for Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, he had 2-3 targets last week.
You got to think a touchdown will come.
I think he's got 7 targets coming next week. They had him 2-3 targets last week. He's going to be the #1 guy next week, clear as day.
You're right.
He's getting 7 targets. One of them could be a touchdown.
Isn't Tampa Bay?
Yes, that's the thing. So they haven't pegged at 7.9. So I'm like, all right, well, you know what? I don't need to start him. I will start Curtis Samuel, who has the 10.6 prediction from ESPN, right? Yeah. And last week they predicted that for Curtis. They predicted a good week for Curtis.
So you
got 20.
20.
So he was a boom.
20?
I don't expect him to boom like that again, though. He boomed two weeks in a row. Take it down. You grab me a new Coors Banquet, please. Thank you. Chat, this is a blast. Angus not surprised that ESPN outscores the coach, but they pour a lot of money into this. So, you think that Vegas is more accurate than ESPN? I wonder if ESPN gets its numbers from Vegas somehow. One of my good buddies who's won his fantasy league a lot, he likes to use Vegas as one of his decision makers. It helps him to, he looks at like what they're predicted to do in a betting sense, and it kind of helps make him lean one way or the other as far as lineup decisions, starting decisions. I tried to do that. I looked at that. And it's hard for me to do that. But what isn't hard for me to do that is to make bets based on fantasy. It was like the opposite. He was able to do fantasy better from betting. I was able to do betting better from fantasy. And it's the same thing. They're both just different forms of betting in a way. You're betting on a football player in this capacity, or you're betting on a football player in that capacity. Oh shit. But I am not surprised. And I do wonder, ESPN, what computers ESPN uses, how they use, they're doing something. They get talent. They get guys who understand coding. They've always been ahead of the game. And I just don't understand how. Kind of amazing. The shop is guys. Load up here. It makes me think that, I mean, that's why I'm like, I went the way I did. I'm like, oh, all right, I'll lean on ESPN scores here, if they say. Especially because I have talent that I could rely on. They're getting good opportunity. And if you're getting talent that's getting good opportunity, then it's okay. That's really what it's about. When fantasy is about getting guys who get good opportunity. I was talking about that earlier. Like, you want to know their usage. You want to know their targets. You want to know how involved they are in the offense. And sometimes rain, windy day could really impact the way things want to go if they're playing at a stadium where the weather is particularly effective, disrupting the game. And that usually takes more effect as the season goes through. Oh. Time to melt you, buddy. Gotta go. Can I have this? Can I have this? Thank you. That. Like that. Thank you very much. Don't mind if I do. Vegas betting has a high demand because top bettors want accurate results. That's the other thing. They do definitely very much accuracy. They're all about this accuracy, cutting edge to a degree. And also sports betting has become really more mainstream because it's become legal and kind of awesome. Now, gambling, I gotta say, if you have a gambling problem, please get help. Do not bet more than you are able to, that you're more than able to afford, all that kind of stuff. But when in moderation, it is a fun little thing, like a video game. I do enjoy watching a game with like a $1 or $2 on it. Now, some people need $100 on the game. I don't need wait, $100 on the game? Yeesh, have you got that money to spare? Wow. Maybe a buck or two a game is still a lot. I mean, that's 32, that's 16, 17 bucks. Times 2, that's 30 bucks or so. I mean, and that all adds up over a 17, 18 game season. No, Alfred. I did not ask for that. Oh, shit. Oh, you got me. You got me right in the eye. Scheiße. We shall spectate. We shall watch. So Josh Allen, yeah, I'm liking. Kyler Murray, I'm thinking about trading. It's a trade high candidate. Do I think he's gonna be a top 5 quarterback? I think he's gonna be a top 10 quarterback. I'm a little worried about Arizona at the moment. However, D-Hop stack. I got DeAndre Hopkins plus Kyler Murray. So once DeAndre Hopkins comes back, I got him stacking up there. Then I have Gabe Davis stacking up with Josh Allen and Michael Pittman. Ooh! I'm gonna have trouble here in a few weeks once DeAndre Hopkins comes back. Thank you for the beer, brother. Appreciate it. Oh, what did we forget?
When the hand just comes out of nowhere in the green screen.
Hold on, I gotta adjust it.
Go the other side.
You're clear. Hold on, I got it.
Does it cut? Yeah, there it is.
This is awesome. I'm gonna send you in the room if you want to go in the room.
I'm gonna go.
If you want to hop in the room real quick.
Beer exchange.
Welcome back. Oh, this is Batman. Oh, he's got Batman wings. What do you think about the gambling stuff on Twitch? So the gambling on bad sites, gambling on these questionable sites is these guys are just throwing money away. Like those are just like, okay, so if you could gamble on chess, that'd be awesome. But then everybody would start using bots. A lot more people would start using bots. But so those gambling sites, as far as I could see, they looked like they were scam websites. They just looked like scam me as fuck. They did not look like when you would go to, say, a Caesars website or a FanDuel, DraftKings, what have you. Those Caesars looks a little scammy, but all the same, it's legit and it's honorable. There's thoughts, there's mechanisms, there's assuredness behind it that isn't on those websites. That's actually what's made me move away from online poker. Is kind of the same problem. Online poker, I because I've been streaming so much with you guys, I was even thinking about doing a little bit more online poker lately, or a couple months back, because I love poker. I love poker. I'm good at poker, and I'm pretty decent at online poker when we're not playing against bots. But when we're playing against bots or cheats or hackers, it creates a big problem. Or people who use solvers, it creates a real big problem. So it makes me casual, just like, I'll take my time, my business, my money elsewhere. I don't need a place just to go and flush my money away. My money is much more important to me than that, so I can help take care of my family, keep us happy, safe, and healthy, right? Part of that, a little fun along the way, right? Happy, fun part. Also healthy. So when it comes to those games look so scammy. It's different when they're playing poker. When they're playing poker on some of these sites, it's more legit. I'm just more fearful about playing against bots and playing against people with solvers. But at that level, what they're doing is totally fine, in my opinion, for playing poker. And I could still play poker. I'm just less inclined to. What they're doing is they're playing sites that are they're just to sink money into and take it away from you, which is different than the poker site, different than the casino site. There's casino delivers that, but also it evens it out in some ways. I don't want to really defend these casinos or anything, because I know they cause a lot of problems. But they also do a lot of good things for the community. I know of one casino that does tremendous things for its community, and not just like the town that it is in, but for the town next over and the other town next over, and for the kids, and for the school kids. It's done amazing things. So, and the other thing about a lot of this stuff is, like, in economics, if there's a large enough demand for it, but there's not a large enough purveyor of it, a black market forms, and black markets aren't good, and they had the black market for gambling before, and it wasn't so good. And by taking it out of the black market and making it so much more available on the DraftKings apps, sports betting, at least that is, it's reduced that seediness out of it, which I think is a really good thing. What those guys, though, are doing on these Twitch websites is not sports gambling. They're not doing sports gambling. They're not doing what's the word? Blackjack. They're versus like some online dealer. They're doing different things. It's like slot games, basically, or in various slot games. And slots are the worst games at casinos. So, oh my gosh, Tokyo, we got to get into this chess thing. This chess kid. So this chess kid, that 19-year-old kid, might have cheated Magnus Carlsen, trying to get a one-up on him. He comes into a match with Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen makes a move, and he makes his move, and Magnus Carlsen quits immediately. Turns off his camera, quits the tournament, and everybody's like, what just happened? Well, the assertion is that this 19-year-old has some sort of mole, potentially, in Magnus's circle that let him know of the play ahead of time, because he played some random defense of chess against a move set, an opening set that Magnus had never used, was very unfamiliar with, and was therefore unlikely to use. But yet this guy, the person he was playing, happened to use the opening defense against that move, which Magnus was like, doesn't pass the Smith test. And what we learned later is that Magnus let slip to a few certain people that he would be using that opening on purpose. He was trying to expose the mole. And the mole was exposed. I don't know if he exactly figured out who it was, but apparently he has a pretty good idea, because he only told a certain few people what the opening was that he was planning on doing. And the guy knew, so they're figuring it out. But the other word was that this 19-year-old had a vibrator or like anal beads, vibrating anal beads up his butt to help him cheat was the word, and that it would tell him that he would put his mouse over the move and it would tell him to make the right move. He's a better chess player than that. But apparently this chess player had been found in the past to have cheated. On at least chess.com, so to speak. Apparently that came out. So, and to me, the story does sound like he got prior knowledge of what Magnus Carlsen's opening move was. That's what it sounds like. And Magnus ain't gonna take no crap. Hank is saying that these sites sound very biased against these people. The poker sites sound biased against people who don't use cheat sheets, bots, or whatever. It is. Okay. Well, I worry it is. But I actually did well on the poker sites. But like, there were some times where I got a weird beat, or I was in a weird table. On occasion, it wasn't every table, but on occasion I'd be at a weird table where I'm like, does this guy know what I have, or does this guy have some sort of crazy solver? It didn't feel natural. But here's the other thing: online poker, I've been playing since college, in 2010s, 25s, 2010s, 2015s, all during those, when in its heydays, and it's always evolved, changed. Bots entering, security, all that type of stuff. They do try to defend against that. So Tokyo saying that the 19-year-old was open about his original cheating. He was. He apparently said, yes, I apparently did cheat in the past, and I cheated because I wanted to get against higher ranking competition, is what his argument was, or something like that. It was something to that degree, I believe. It's an interesting story, but also sounds like Magnus is like not having any of it. I wonder what Kataru thinks. Let me go over here. Just a second, chat. Bottom 10. Oh no. Lonzo Ball. Why are you getting surgery now? What is going on with Lonzo Ball? Lonzo Ball getting arthroscopic knee surgery on the left knee in LA today. He'll be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. Surgery scheduled for next Wednesday. It hasn't even been done. And it's going to take place 8 months after the initial knee. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Not good, guys. Not good. Not a good sign for Lonzo Ball. Now the Bulls' moves make sense. So you do not want to be getting a second surgery on something that you got a surgery on the first time. Typically, if they fucked it up the first time, it's harder to get back. It's harder to get it back together the second time. I know from experience. Ball has not played a game since January 14th. Before the surgery in January, they announced a timeline of 6 to 8 weeks, but the discomfort in his left knee persisted throughout the rehab process. Whenever he was trying to ramp up his basketball activity, that makes sense to me. Kept him sidelined for the rest of the regular season and playoffs, but the pain has continued throughout the summer while Ball was rehabbing. So the pain never went away, and he was expecting. Here's the thing with the surgery: they tell you that there's still going to be some pain. It'll go away. And then it doesn't go. And that is a problem. This is such a shame. This is not good for Ball. And to get that second surgery, oh, brutal. Packers Runyon. No conspiracy on Evans ban. Green Bay Packers John Runyon Jr. shoots down conspiracy theories around dad issuing Tampa Bay Buccaneers Mike Evans a suspension. John Runyon Jr. heard the theories, or conspiracy theories, as they were, for it was the father of the Green Bay Packers left guard who guards Aaron Rodgers, who this week handed down the 1-game suspension to receiver Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who just happened to be playing against his son's team on Sunday. That's John Runyon Sr.'s job as the NFL Vice President of Rules and Policy Administration. It's a position the former player has held since 2016. He was just doing his job, Runyon said. He's been doing that for a job for over a half decade now. It just happens that we're playing the Buccaneers this week. Everyone's been trying to make this a conspiracy theory, which it's not. Runyon Sr. ruled Evans out on suspension on Monday for the receiver's role in a Sunday altercation with New Orleans cornerback Marshawn Lattimore. Evans' appeal was then heard by the appeals officer James Thrash, who upheld the suspension on Wednesday. But that's just doing his job, Runyon said. It was a lapse in judgment on the field. Sometimes that stuff happens. There's a whole conspiracy theory going down, and it's just not true. That's just how it goes, though. You can't be running 15 yards trying to headhunt somebody when the play's over. It is funny, though, how stuff works out sometimes. Runyon Sr. played 14 seasons, and Runyon Jr. back in 1996 to 2009. Runyon Jr. was a 6th-round pick of the Packers back in 2020. He became the Packers' left starting guard in 2021 and started there in each of the first 2 games this season. Oh, Rams tight end getting suspended for 3 games for substance abuse. Interesting. Substance abuse policy violation results in a 3-game suspension for Bryson Hopkins, the tight end for the LA Rams. Kenny Galladay said, I should be playing. I don't know about that, Kenny. I think they've seen you play. Uh-oh. Lamar Jackson has an elbow issue? No bueno. Let's double check. Pizza Central. That's a good 1-2 punch. I think so. Ooh, Abby's and Vito and Nick's. That is, I like that. I could go there. Let's do it. Patrick Duty, former Chicago Fire player, asking, are there people in the world that do laundry and have all their socks come out with perfect matches? Is that possible? I don't think so, Patrick. I just don't think so. Of course, Drew Marty reporting that hearing that Garth Lagaway has already rejected Mansueto's offer to take the reins at Chicago Fire. He just is not interested in the project. This mess would be a hard sell to anyone, much less someone of Lagaway's stature. But whoever does turn around one day, be legend. Wouldn't they? If they could? Are there enough years before the fall of man that Chicago Fire can win the championship of MLS? Will St. Louis win it before? FC Cincinnati, Minnesota? FC Neo Tokyo saying, glad my job doesn't drug test. They should definitely do away with that. Or at least in the states that cannabis is legal, not test for cannabis. Just remove that from the test. Right? Easy peasy. Don't need that attention. And you don't need to be getting into people's personal lives like that. I don't think so. People asking, is Patrick Mahomes the NFL's greatest first-month quarterback ever? No. Have you not seen Josh Allen? He's also very good. They've seen those guys 1-2. Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes probably be really hard. Patrick Mahomes maybe done it 1 year longer and also has a championship to his name. Baker Mayfield not being good enough. I'm frankly in line with what I'm expecting. I'm worried about Justin Fields, chat. Justin Fields is Bears quarterback. I am concerned. I am growing more concerned by the game. So when this guy throws, what kind of balls do you see when this guy throws? I see got a pretty lofty ball. Got a definitely a good pretty a good pretty a pretty loft ball. But his zippy ball, where is it? Did he leave it in Ohio State? He needs a second pitch. He's a one pitch pitcher. All he can do is throw changeups or slider. Maybe it's the slider in just different capacities, but he needs a fastball. He needs a fastball. Once he can develop a fastball in addition to the touch pass, because he's got that touch pass, and we see that on some of his long deep throws that have yet to truly connect with Mooney. I mean, he's hit wide receivers 2 or 3 times in the opening matches. He is not really connected with them. He's connected more with his running backs. He has not connected with tight end Cole Kmet. Still has not. We're waiting for that. We're waiting for a lot of things to happen, but we did see those in the preseason game, the 3rd preseason game. We saw a reason for why we thought that there would be success here. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. All you guys, healing! Oh, there's a gun on the other side, great. I'll just have to deal. F that noise. Tommy. Oh. Let me go back into this. An irreplaceable void. Brittany Griner's absence affects Team USA at the FIBA World Cup. How is she still over there? How is she still over there? I'm just going to say this. And am I wrong if I said this? I'm not going to say it. I can't say it. But our current president is incapable of getting this lady out. Our previous 2 presidents, both of the previous 2 presidents would have had Brittany Griner out like that. What is different about this guy than the other 2 guys? There's definitely something different than the other 2 guys. And the other 2 guys were really different guys. But both of those guys, right or wrong, would have both had Brittany Griner out. Should have been out. Wouldn't be in a question. Little bullshit, because it's weed too, and there's still a number of states that have not legalized cannabis. Texas is one of them. It's kind of ridiculous. Especially they're Republicans. They claim to be about freedom, but they're not about freedom of choice apparently with when it comes to cannabis, which is kind of ridiculous. She will be traded for a Russian spy in the future. Yeah, it's true. I'm surprised she hasn't already. Like, already. Are they waiting for like a big one? Like, do they not have do they not have the, like, think about it like a fantasy sports draft, like is she just too valuable and we do not have a valuable enough asset to trade with yet? Or what? Or are we just trying to find like value? That's crazy. They need to get her back. Something about, or women for that matter. I've said something that must have made sense with it, Tokyo, but I'm not realizing what. At the moment. But cheers, everybody, and fuck all that bullshit. Fuck all that bullshit. These people need. Here's the great thing that we got to say. I mean, all of us here in chat. Things are different now in 2022 than they were in 2012. I mean, in such a good way. In such a good way. When it comes to, I don't know, cannabis, which is safer than alcohol in most people's hands. Missouri is voting for legalization in November. Join. Please, I hope that they join. I hope they do the right thing. I just at this point, all these states just should do it. Just get it done. Get it done. If anything, it just creates a lot of problems, a lot of economic problems that should not be there for people who do not need those economic problems. It's really what it does. Now, smoking crack, that's a little different. You did that. No, that can go. But Tokyo, I don't like traveling to those non-legalized states. It's just like you can, but it's just like what's going on there? Why are they like that? And it's just such a weird. It just seems so weird now. There's something about it that seems so very weird, archaic, almost, and you hope that things change. You hope that people can grow. And I like to think they can. What is this guy? He's like a baked pie. But it's getting more and more difficult to be able to do that. If they want it to be difficult, like, why are you creating problems? It's just a plant. And now, what about this for alcohol at the World Cup, guys? How do you guys feel about that? They're not serving alcohol at the Qatar World Cup. Another thing, and I hope this somehow gets allowed, but a lot of the clubs like Germany, Netherlands, I think Germany just joined, but Netherlands started it. They're trying to wear rainbow armbands in support of LGBT community, and apparently, and I think FIFA's trying to shoot it down. But I hope they could get it. They should protest. Every team should wear that fucking armband at the thing. Just wake up. Can we be modern humans? Can we be modern humans where you can love, right? Where you can love your love the what's it called, the gender that you love, and two. Well, see, drinking alcohol at the World Cup is going to create a very dangerous environment. So I understand on the one hand, but at the same time, social environment, social event. How do we have the Queen's Queue over in England, like 13 miles long, and nary an incident, nary a fight? David Beckham sitting next to Sydney Stone of Potter's Way. You don't know Sydney Stone, but everybody knows David Beckham. And Sydney Stone didn't even know that was David Beckham. She just thought that was David. She's been standing next to David this entire time. David seemed like a nice bloke. She's been chatting with him every so often. And they've been keeping up good camaraderie as they've made their way towards the Queen. That was David Beckham. That's just, I don't know how you bring that to the World Cup, but that fervor, that fanaticism, that happiness is at every World Cup. It's a party. It's a party. It is banned for religious reasons. And it makes you wonder why they held the World Cup in a place where it's ill-conducive for a good party to celebrate the World Cup. I guess they deserve parties too, right? Is the justification. Which makes sense. But aren't there countries that you could go have this in Saudi Arabia or in the Middle East, that you could do that? I don't know. Qatar definitely won because of money, and we know that. It's banned for religious reasons. You know what is banned by law? Bribes. So it's like, we could break those rules, but not these rules. That's the world we live in. FIFA bribery. Oh, dude. Where do they learn? They learn that. It's kind of crazy. How do they learn to take bribes? They figure it out. I'm starting to think about a lot of these politicians. Elizabeth Warren tweeted something out awesome the other day. I'm not a big Elizabeth Warren fan, but every single one of I'm not a big politician fan for any of these guys, but every single one of them is capable of a good idea. Every single one of them is capable of a good idea every once in a while. And hers was that no politician should own stocks. They shouldn't. It's good. They shouldn't. You can't drink in Saudi Arabia. Where can you drink? Singapore? Singapore has a very strict no drugs policy, though. Very, very strict. Death penalty to some degrees. But I imagine there's got to be there's got to be a Middle Eastern place where you could drink. Maybe it's not one you want to go to. I don't know. UAE, United Arab Emirates, but I feel like that's pretty on par with Qatar. Not Yemen. Oh man, it's making you want to play a little GeoGuessr. Chat. So this is going to be interesting. What they're going to do. Most Muslim countries bound. Oh. Here am I being a little bit culturally stupid there for a moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. It all makes sense now. Most Muslim countries and most Middle East countries are Muslim. So hence it would make sense that most Middle East countries have banned alcohol to some degree. And that's the way it is in their religion, for right or for wrong. Now, if we want to go back and look at each one of the religions, why they made certain choices along the way. I mean, like we look at the Christian religion when they wanted us to stop eating certain meats because they were kind of, back then, they weren't taken care of as well. It made sense. And I wonder if alcohol is in that same thing, in that same boat. But it doesn't affect me, so I'm not too worried about it, right? Oh, it is legal in Turkey. Go to Turkey, go to Turkey. Why wasn't it in Turkey? Not to mention, Turkey is like one of the bastions of civilization. Like, that is so cool. You could have really attacked it from a historical perspective. You could have said like the historical game is going to one of the lands of history and lands of civilization. I don't know, missed opportunity there, but of course, got the money of Qatar. And the timing of this World Cup is actually kind of interesting in that it's not in the summer. You guys, it's going to be going against the NFL for most of its time. I wonder about that. I'm wondering, there's going to be games of NFL that we're going to have to skip and people are going to have to choose. It'll be interesting to see the results of the TV numbers, basically, to see people watching NFL or watching World Cup or watching both somehow. The thing is, nowadays there's so many people that have like multiple devices that they're watching on their phone, they're watching on their tablet, they're watching on the stream. They got a little side stream pulled up with their buddies on. They're watching a little watch along, so to speak. I mean, the way we consume content, sports, is so different than it used to be. And that's why I do think that streaming sports here is going to be the future. Like NFL, the next step, if I was the NFL, I would be going on YouTube. I'd just skip everybody and just go right to YouTube. And literally, if you're on YouTube and you could offer a little deal on YouTube and that starts hitting us and says, oh, you just pay a little this and all of a sudden you get every NFL game for this, bam. It's going to be a hard thing to say no to for a lot of people. NFL is just king. And if YouTube starts stacking some of that sports content, I think it'll be really valuable for them. Apple's doing it with MLS. Think if they get messy here, huge. Absolute huge. They need to get messy here to make that deal worthwhile. They should have had that in Turkey. That's a little disappointing, but we're going to have to deal with it. Who do we think's going to win the World Cup? I don't know if there's an obvious answer as there used to be. Like, the farther we've gotten away from it, I kind of feel like the answer is not as obvious anymore. We're going to go to DraftKings and find out the latest odds for World Cup. World Cup. Show it to me. I want Europas. I want the World Cup. All right, so number one team futures. We got Brazil. There's Neymar. Seems likely. It seems possible. I'll give them a 1 in 5 chance. France, I'll give them a 1 in 3, 1 in 3, 1 in 4. England is a 1 in 5. Spain is a 1 in 4. So I'm running out of odds. Argentina, they don't have a chance. Argentina, sorry, Leo Messi, you're not in the chance. Germany, dude. All right, there's value to be had with Germany. There's value to be had with Netherlands. And is it the year for Belgium or Portugal? Yeah, I like those guys. Denmark and Croatia is where the cutoff is. Denmark, nope. Croatia, nope. Uruguay, nope. Senegal, nope. Your biggest outside odds right here, guys. Germany, Netherlands, Belgium. Definitely. I like those. Yeah. Throw down $1 on that. You know, why not? Boom, boom, boom. That'll be fun. It'll be interesting to see how the offsides chip in the ball, operates. Let's look into that real quick. Offside ball chip, because this sounds cool. Can I get the newest article on that? All right. With the chip ball, offside technology will be used in the World Cup. From sportsoftheday.com. After extensive testing, it is clear that the semi-automatic offside technology will be used at the World Cup in Qatar. But why is it not being used now? Or is it? It should be lead to faster decisions, better inform the spectators, and is based on 2 core elements. Now, it will be used in prominent place, after all, the chip in the ball. It lost out to camera systems in the goal line technology race, but now it is one of 2 core elements of the semi-automatic offside technology. A sensor in the center of the official World Cup ball transmits ball data to the video center 500 times per second, which makes it possible to precisely determine the rule-relevant first contact when playing or touching the ball. The rest is taken care of by an optical detection system. 12 special tracking cameras installed under the stadium roofs will capture the ball and up to 29 data points of each of the player's body 50 times per second in Qatar to determine their exact position on the field. The data points will cover all extremities and libs relevant to offside decisions. Robot referees, well, that's not exactly the case. Artificial intelligence combines both sets of data. After a goal is scored, the VAR team receives information within a few seconds as to whether the team of a player of the attacking team, including the goal scorer, was in an offside position during the attack in question. According to FIFA refereeing chief Pierluigi Collina, say that 3 times fast, this purely technical generated offside signal is then validated by the VAR team through its own review of the slow motion footage and then examined for punishability. So they check it, and they recheck it again, and then the computer checks it. All for the joy about the new technology. Collina was keen to emphasize one thing during the international media round. I've read about robot referees and similar things. That is not the case. These referees are still making the decisions on the field. They just have new technical help. Collina's ultimate goal? Getting correct decisions on the pitch, which is what we as fans want, which is what players want, which is what coaches want. We don't want the decision that goes our way. We don't want the wrong decision. We want the correct decision, because when you start making the correct decision time and time again, oh, all right, thank you. Then we don't have to worry. Then we could remove you as one of the influences on the game, because if you are going to have an influence on the game and make a judgment call like that, I hope you're right. Chat, it's been an amazing stream. It's been a blast. I cannot believe how long, how amazing, what amazing stream it's been. Thank you, Angus. Thank you, DPG. Thank you, Toke. Everybody for stopping by. Thank you, Uncle Tommy. Asking about Uncle Tommy. Is he an uncle? He is an uncle. Is he my uncle? No. He's one of my best friends on the planet. It sounds similar to tennis with the out of bounds. And tennis's out of bounds technology has been on point, which makes me wonder, why haven't they figured it out for baseball? I mean, these umpires, they ain't it, yo. I'm sorry. An 75-year-old man cannot see 100-mile-an-hour fastball 98 times. I'm sorry, 200 times, because 98 times is just one pitcher. What about the other starter? It's time to get more digital there. It's fine to keep the ump. Keep the ump, but just have the batter's eye. Have some sort of better eye out there, because, dude, baseball, the strike zone, it's brutal. But the biggest problem with that is the strike zone is so variable with each player. I mean, it does come down to like their knees and their elbows in a certain way. I mean, if you have a really small player, you got a smaller strike zone. Typically. And the umps are typically how they have to deal with. And think about cars. They have not figured out how to do driving cars. You want to know why? Because there's so many subtle nuances to driving that Elon Musk has actually been blown away at how hard it has been to get self-sufficient driving cars on the roads in a safe and adequate way that he's pleased with. Humans subconsciously equate, do the math basically for so many things, and are able to judge behavior so much better than computers too. Like, we can judge another motorist's behavior better than a computer can. Well, think about it. We've more experience. We've lived through more situations in the car with drivers like that, right? Than the computer has. But you run a computer through algorithms to try and get there, so they have that experience, and they're still having trouble. And you're saying it's good to have a backup system. Better when the decision is automatically made up without opinion. It's way better. Take out the opinion where you can. And I understand that there's going to be places where you need to have opinion. And that's fine. Interpretation, so to speak, right? It's interesting. Videos end up becoming coming short a lot because of videos end up coming short a lot because it becomes an opinion. No! I didn't know you were chasing me. All right, chat. About 5 minutes left before I'm gonna start shutting down the stream or so. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for watching. Greatly appreciate hanging out with you guys. What a fun stream it's been. This Wednesday night. Oh man, guys, it's been fun. I've been liking some of these longer streams, 3, 4, 5 hours. Come in here, and I just feel like the content has been banging too. Like, I can come back and watch this video again and again, and like there's something in each little spot where I can hop in and I'm like, oh yeah, all right, yeah. Need a jet, says Angus. Have a great evening. Thank you. See you, Archduke. Have a good one. Everybody, thanks for watching for tonight. Greatly appreciate you guys hanging out here on Spit and Fire. You guys, it is awesome. I mean, fun chat with you guys. We got so many fun stuff we get to talk about here. get some great fire analysis with 10-year season ticket holder DPG. Dude, he's been an avid, dedicated follower going to games for 10 years. What's awesome about DPG is he is not as old a Fire fan as some of us, but he is just as dedicated. Absolutely. And gotta say, even more so probably dedicated than quite a few. 10 years of season ticket holders, of going to games. It's of absolute immense. So I'm hoping that brighter, bigger, and better things are in store for us as Fire fans. Right now, there's not a lot of reasons for hope for that, but I'm hoping Joe Mansueto, 15th most powerful billionaire in MLS, can do something about that. Oh no. Oh no, what are you? And we got a top 5, we got a top 50 situation here. He thinks he's gonna heal. Oh, he needs to heal. You better heal. Are you gonna apply any of those? Okay, now we've done that. Move around. Check out this skin. Oh, look at this alien guy. He's trying to dominate. Or do you guys believe in aliens? You guys think that we're the only planet on the galaxy, the universe to have life? Or is there sentient life on other planets? Of course, we know that there is life on other planets, but when we think about life, I guess I'm more so talking about sentient life. Thinking life. Life that's able to form a thought, make a move, react in a way that isn't just like reflex, right? Chat, it's been a blast. What a stream it's been. Guy's got wolves hunting after him, and he's just artfully dodging them. I like it. Yeah, is he a smart player? Look at that one. Definitely a smart player. He didn't waste time opening up that basket. He had to do there. He rightfully leaves behind everything else. Oh, you can trade that out. All right, he trades that out. Thinks that's going to be more useful. Will he run over the bullets? Yes, he knows he needs them. Shotgun bullets, he's got plenty, but you know what? Never have enough shotgun bullets. Not for this guy. Not for infected Timmy. Timmy! Nice one, look up there. You might want to get those because he can stack 6. If you can stack 6, that's going to be huge. Okay, that's huge. He stacked 6. Big for infected Timmy. He's feeling confident. He's looking around. He wants someone to go and probe. Look at that. Someone to probe. Probe 1 bullet in him, 24. But he's having accuracy issues, so he's gonna whip out the long range. Long range. He's going in. He decided no longer to go. He's going out. He's trying to get out. He's trying to pull a Vietnam. He wants out. He says, "Bring in the helicopters. Get me out of here. I'm grabbing hold." But he's looking around. He's trying to find talent. He's seeking talent. What kind of talent? I can't tell you. Maybe infected Timmy again. He is an alien. He does have weird googly eyes in a way that makes people uncomfortable when he looks at you. Don't tell him that at the gym. Just keep working out, and he will not probe you. Don't give him your number. You don't want him picking you up or knowing where you live. Something tells me he might already know. Got that hook up. You got those government connections. You know, I'm talking class. Whoa. You don't even know whoa. But sometimes you gotta deal. It's the way it is with these alien folks, these UFOs, and the way that they're connected. Government ops. Uh-oh. Coming to take me away. Stop stream. I've been enjoying watching this guy play. He's been good. Is this guy still in existence? Oh, he still is in the battle though. He's in trouble, and he's no longer. Taken out by Purple Man. Purple Man gonna win the battle. He's gonna have to fight this guy. Bullets rip to shreds. Oh, it's not even. Oh, cool little jump, and he's avoiding the CPU character. It seems. Run away! Run away! Running away! Are ya? Yes. Very much so. Bravely ran away, away, oh brave Sir Robin. He was not told to be old, build in fancy ways. Brave, 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 brave Sir Robin. His hair cut out in his heart, cut out in his head. It's no, just alright. I don't think you should do it. Don't mess with him. Why are you trying? Don't even think about it. Yeah, oh no. Did our friend pass away? Did our friend leave? Oh, we got nothing but guts, bull, and fisted bacon. It's fisting bacon wherever he goes. Hey man, this ain't Christmas time. We want crispy bacon. Do you like crispy bacon? Or do you want regular? Do you want like not crispy bacon? Do you want drippy, loosey-goosey bacon? That's kind of bacon you want. It's no shade. I mean, just that everybody likes different bacon, but me, give me the crispy bacon. Crispy. Like crispy on everything, always. I don't think there's ever a time you don't want crispy bacon. Right? Right? Sounds about right. You think you can win? That's pretty cool. You just ran over that. Picked up all the loot. Didn't even think twice. Where could he go? No. He turned around like that. He pulled a U. He's looking for a McDonald's, isn't he? All right, we'll let him figure that out. He's trying to find a drive-thru. Sorry, Taco Bell is closed in Fortnite. It's only McDonald's right now. You don't need that shotgun. I was wrong. You do. I like a guts bull. I like it. You got a lot of guts. You got a lot of guts. Not paying attention to the closing. You might be in trouble there, buds. Oh, you are at one of the farthest parts out. I got, you might not make it, buddy. Oh, yes, you might. Okay, that's huge. You will make it, but will you? Ooh, that was a bad jump. Right backwards. Not the way you want to go. This is the way you want to go, but there's a guy ahead of you. Look out. Yep, be careful. He's right there. Line him up. Love it, love it, love it. Headshot piece. So yeah, nice shots. Nice shots fired there. Guts bull. A little healing. Healing, good idea. Make you take a couple other bullets. Always a good idea. Oh, you gotta move, Gutsy. Keep it gutsy. Gotta live with gusto. Go with gusto. I don't know if you guys ever watch One Piece, but it's probably the best TV show out there. Yeah, high praise, I know. But yeah, I'm not even joking. One Piece just so fucking legit. Hey, dude, wake the fuck up. Come on, Gutsy. You gotta show a lot of gusto. Only 2 of those left, and you still have at least 50 more yards to go. Is this gonna catch up with you? No, I think you got it. I think you can make it. But might be people hot to trot, so be careful. Yeah, there it is. Sure enough, the double. It's double trouble. Are you going for the double stack here, Gutsy? Trying to live with gusto. Go in it. Go in it. Do it. Yes. With gusto. Love it. There he is. Oh, you missed him. Here he is. There you go. Show him. Show him a thing or two about how you live with gusto. Oh, that's not right. See what this next guy's doing. Damn. Ooh, hiding in the bushes, are we? He's a bush hunter. Smart. He's also purple. Possibly royalty. Crowned? Not likely. Not today. Not in today's environment anyway. Especially with the queen going down like that. They're waiting. They're biding their time. They're looking all around. Trying to say, hey, is this the right one? No. Do not engage. Abort. Get out now. But if you do want to stay, hold. Hold and hold on tighter. Dig, dig, dig. Dig in. You better dig in. You do not want to let go. Do not. It's about to get spun. We are all gonna have to hold on. Have our strength tested. Our willpower. What the? This is some weird, powerful shotgun. Seems to send creatures into some other dimension, possibly another game. Maybe even Modern Warfare 2. Hopefully not. I do not want to. Did you guys see that Modern Warfare 2 play out over the weekend? They're bringing the new Modern Warfare 2, and it looks not good. I'm surprised I haven't played Modern Warfare 1, but from what I know about it, I'm not surprised, because that's the reason why I haven't played it. Because of what I know about it, what I've seen about it. I watched the doc. I've watched a whole bunch of people play Modern Warfare, and I've just never felt the need to go play it. And me and my buds, they all play Fortnite too. They haven't felt the need to go play it either. I don't know if we're gonna feel the need to go play Modern Warfare 2 quite yet, but I am keeping an eye on it. Keeping an eye. I have been playing. I won't say that game, but I could keep that game on the down low. But I have been playing the Return to Monkey Island. Amazing. It's been so much fun. I get it. If you get it, it's a great little team game, like you and a partner. Like, it's a great little date night game for sure. 2 modes you could start off with. You got hard mode and easy mode. Not hard mode and easy mode. I'm sorry, normal mode and hard mode. I'm starting on normal mode. And then when me and Mrs. Spitting Fire do it together, I'm planning to do it on hard mode with her, because 2 minds, more powerful, so it'll be a little bit more complicated, complex. And I might be more familiar with it, but still, when I saw some of the hard mode stuff, I was like, oh, whoa, it's hard. But it's a fun little story, cute little stuff going on here. In Return to Monkey Island, very, very enjoyable. And something that I don't usually play. It's like a point and click adventure. Like, you're trying to put things together that might not, that logically you think, oh, this should go together with this, and it does. And all of a sudden it like turns into like how you solve the puzzle. And I just like the logic. All these guys are just standing still. The best time of the game, right? Take me over to Synapse Station. Natchez. What a funny name. Everybody's playing the Bush game. I mean, I criticize, but it's a smart thing to do right now. All these guys are going for dubs, right? They're trying to join the dub club. But only one can join the dub club. By the way, guys, this is going to be the last part of the stream. Thanks for hanging out here, guys. Been fun hanging out. Great little stream with you guys here on Wednesday night, as we always do it here on Spitfire. Wednesday for the last stream, so hit that bell icon, kick that like button, helps the other people find the stream, and comment below. Let us know what your favorite part was. Let us know if you'd like to see something in the stream. If you want us to maybe do a little fantasy football draft, maybe do a little geocacher along the way. Certainly indulge these guys. Maybe I'll seek. Oh, I like your spot, Kobo Supe. I do like it. Wee little bot. What are you thinking here, bud? Catwoman. Looking around. Back to Snatches. Hey, Snatches, don't get trapped in here, Snatches. Oh, I like Snatches with the smart play. Easy, good slow play. Oh, you're in trouble here, bud. You're good. You're so good. Oh my goodness, Kobo Supe. No, just get back in there. Get back in there. That was so prime. Okay, this is okay, but your other spot was kind of better, because like nobody would see it. Nobody would expect it. But nobody wants to shoot it. Oh, look out. You gotta go, everybody. I think he might be in this bush. He's bright in this. Right? Yeah, I think he is, bud. Go for him. Oh, he doesn't see it. He's in. Maybe he's in a different. Oh yeah, he's over there. Get in that bush. Go, go, go. Get in that bush. Cody Ward face. Oh yeah, you got you. Oh, sees you. Oh, look out. He's right by you. Get him. Oh, multiple people. Oh, nice headshot right there. Or not. No, shot 87. Maybe it was a headshot because it was so high. I thought it would ring yellow for a headshot, though. Popped. So take. Alright, you're good. Waiting. Keeping an eye out. Someone's shooting. What's this guy? Are you shooting? Are shooting. Oh, this action cam has been amazing. All right. I'm gonna play around. 3 people left. Only 3 people. Okay, you're on. Only one of them is inside the zone. It's Kobo Supe. Torgen HUD. Inspector Clouseau. Pink Panther's at it again. That was a mistake. Bad mistake. Torgund. You're gonna eat it. Eat it, Torgund. Oh, Torgund. You just barely survived. Incredible move. Oh, he went for it, but you're in trouble, bud. Ah, you died inside the... Didn't even have to do anything, just walks up, just disintegrates. Thank you. Thank you, Storm. I love those free Storm. Oh, thank you, free Storm kills. Nice little dub right there. For Kobo Supe. Wow. They pulled it off. Chat. What an epic stream. Thank you for joining us here on Spitfire, guys. Kick that like button. Subscribe for more Spitfire, and we will... I think... well, let me check one thing. And we will... excuse me? Hold on one second. I just gotta check something. All right, chat. It was you all along, wasn't it? Make sure you guys kick that like button, subscribe for more Spitfire. We'll see you on the next stream. What a fun one it was. Got to talk a little bit of fantasy, talk a little Bears, talk a little Chicago Fire. Had a lot of fun with DPG, with Tokyo. Go check out FC Neo Tokyo's YouTube page with Trip and Toke, where they do YouTube play-alongs. They have some awesome fun content. I've been watching along, and I've been having a blast. I went back into some of their older content, because they're just some funny guys. I think you'll enjoy them, too. So check them out. Link will be in the description. Subscribe for more Spit and Fire, guys. Kick that like button. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you on the next stream. It's been a good one. It's been a blast. Let's go. Yeah. All right, fire it up. Let's go.